Muy feliz lunes a todos ustedes. Espero que hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana, la hayan pasado a toda madre y estén listos para darle con Toño de Valdés esta semana, como de que no. Ya saben que venimos a jugar, damas y caballeros, y venimos a ganar este juego, así que no se me queden atrás, vámonos para adelante con absolutamente todo, güey. Qué excelente fin de semana. Por supuesto que vamos a platicar del título de esta inflación. Y como saben, si estás aquí, tienes que entender que en este canal no vamos a darte las noticias, no te vamos a decir lo que todo el mundo está diciendo, te vamos a decir por qué lo están diciendo, te vamos a decir qué es lo que buscan hacer con ello, qué es lo que buscan conseguir dentro de ti. Pero muy importante para todos ustedes, si hay algo aquí en este si hay algo aquí en este video o cualquier video que yo esté haciendo que te haga sentir ansiedad o que te dé miedo, deja de ver este canal, por el amor de Dios. No te hagas eso a ti mismo. Y cualquier otro contenido que haga lo mismo, no te hagas eso. No, no es bueno vivir así. Además, es parte de cómo vas a perder este juego delicioso de la vida. Así que no lo hagas, no lo hagas. Si te estoy causando ansiedad, yo lo único que quiero hacer es simplemente explicarte tonterías, decirte cómo te puedes beneficiar financieramente con ellas y también reírnos un poco de la paquez, del ser humano, que somos animalitos muy chistosos que caemos en absolutamente todos los trucos del planeta. Así que vamos a empezar el día de hoy como de que no venimos frescos, venimos con todo, venimos con el espíritu lo más elevado posible, simplemente para decir tonterías. Quiero recordarle a todos ustedes, por cierto, hablando de dinero, si ustedes quieren ganar $8,000, el 1 de septiembre voy a estar anunciando quién va a ser el ganador. Vengan a registrarse gratis a salovisa.com. Es gratis, registrarte es gratis y con eso tienes 5 entradas para el sorteo de los $8,000. Así que simplemente date una vuelta por ahí a Salovisa, regístrate, es todo lo que tienes que hacer, absolutamente gratis. Solamente tienes que ser mayor de edad y tener una identificación oficial. Es todo lo que necesitas para poder ganar este sorteo. Vale. Vamos para adelante, damas y caballeros, que ahorita nos vamos a ir al casino, vamos a analizar los precios. Excelente, por cierto, fin de semana de trading. Algo que me encantó para toda la gente que estuvo aquí, que está poniendo atención, lo que hicimos nosotros. No vimos la junta de Jerome Powell. Esto es para probarles a ustedes que literalmente todo lo que todo el mundo está viendo es una estupidez y que estás desperdiciando tu tiempo y que simplemente te estás dando ansiedad por nada. ¿Ok? El viernes hicimos este en vivo donde dijimos, vamos a reaccionar en contra de lo que todo el mundo vaya a hacer con esto. Y le pegamos divino, divino. Y no nada más de esa, la jugamos todavía más todo el fin de semana hasta ahorita y continuamos en diferentes posiciones. Ha funcionado perfecto. Y esto te dice, de verdad que nada de lo que estos hijos de perra te están diciendo, nada, nada, es cierto. Y lo único que quieren hacer es que no te des cuenta de la realidad. Y por eso vamos a hablar de la gran estanflación. En este momento, todos los pacos, y para los que sean nuevos en este canal, los 2 o 3 güeyes que sean nuevos en este canal, los pacos son la gente, son los periquitos, así se llamaba mi periquito cuando yo era chiquito, que repetía todo lo que yo le decía. Los pacos son todas las personas que ves ahorita en línea, porque ya todo el mundo es un gran empresario en línea, es un gran creador de contenido. Y sobre todo hay una gran ola de creadores de contenido que solamente leen las noticias. Según ellos están analizando lo que está pasando y lo que te está diciendo la noticia, pero están analizando algo falso para empezar y se quedan con el análisis falso y ellos mismos se están autometiendo el pito en el culo, ¿no? Que es grande lo que pueden lograr hacer con eso. Todos estos pacos en este momento están repitiendo esta inflación, esta inflación, esta inflación. Jerome Powell salió el viernes y nos dijo a todos que la inflación estaba aquí y es lo que nos da miedo. Si les dije, pudimos tradear esto sin prender por un solo segundo a Jerome Powell. ¿Me estás diciendo que Jerome Powell entonces le está diciendo a todo el mundo la verdad? Por supuesto que no. Por supuesto que no. Esta inflación sin crecimiento económico. Lo hemos vivido por 2 años. Que Jerome Powell haya dicho, estamos en un escenario estanflacionario ahorita, es el equivalente cuando dijo, la inflación está aquí para quedarse. Y eso lo hizo 2 años después de que él mismo empezó a hacer todo lo posible para causar inflación. Después de 1 año que todo el mundo le dijo, güey, esto está cabrón, esta inflación está creciendo como loca. No, 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 no te preocupes. Brother, relájate, vete a la playa un rato con el tío Salo ahí, haz unas lagartijas en la playa, métete al mar que está helado, todas estas cosas. Tú haz eso, no te preocupes por esta inflación. Es transitoria, brother. Y lo corrió por otro año diciendo que era transitoria. Y ya que la inflación llegó al tope, dijo, uy, sí hay inflación, sí hay inflación. Ese momento fue cuando la inflación ya había topado y literalmente desde entonces bajó. Jerome Powell diciendo que estamos en estanflación, para los que necesiten la traducción, significa ya pasamos 2 años de estanflación. No ha habido crecimiento para nadie, literalmente para nadie. Todo el mundo cree que sí por cómo les cuentan cosas, pero no ha habido. La estanflación ya pasó. Estamos entrando en la cosa que sigue. Lo que es brillante que están haciendo estos cracks estamos claramente yendo a un abismo económico. Y una vez más, el estudio de la economía, brothers, no es todos los datos que te da el gobierno, no es el estudio de los datos que te da el gobierno, es el estudio de cómo la gente se gasta su dinero y cómo está viviendo en este momento con eso. Cuánta gente está endeudada, cuánta gente no le alcanza más, etcétera. Y la población está destruida, güey. Volteas, platicas con quien sea y lo sabes, lo hemos dicho 1,000,000 de veces. No quiero darle más vueltas al asunto, pero es una realidad real, ¿no? Es la cosa. Ok, entendiendo eso, teniéndolo en mente, lo que estamos viendo es literalmente diferentes tiers de destrucción de la población. La parte más baja está ya completamente en la mierda. La parte media está cayendo en la mierda y ahorita están haciendo que la gente en la parte media se gaste todo su dinero y ahorita vamos a ir a eso. Y la parte alta ahora está conformada de un nuevo grupo de personas con una gran riqueza mucho mayor y más difícil de comprender que nunca en la historia. Esto es por las empresas tecnológicas, sus empleados, las opciones que les dan, eso quiere decir acciones, y todos ellos ganan un salario de estilo NBA. Hay un chingo, hay cientos de miles de personas trabajando en estas empresas tecnológicas que están ganando literalmente como el jugador más famoso de fútbol en la Liga Mexicana, uno de los jugadores promedio en la NBA, los jugadores promedio en la NFL, están ganando ese tipo de salarios año con año, con año, con año, con año, con año. ¿Ok? Eso no sé cómo vaya a funcionar cuando todo esto se dé la vuelta, pero yo siento que esa riqueza es imposible de desaparecer. Lo que hicieron fue simplemente crear esa brecha más amplia entre la gente que tiene y la que no. Estamos yendo a un México y lo hemos dicho por mucho tiempo. Hay gente que tiene y hay gente que no tiene. Y estamos yendo a eso, es lo que están haciendo con todo. En este momento, lo que están haciendo, el trabajo de todo la paquez, lo que les están mandando a todos los pacos para que les cuenten a ustedes, estamos en esta inflación. Va a haber inflación. Quieren que sepas que va a haber inflación porque lo último, si es que la gente se acuerda de la inflación, que causó fue que los precios subieran, pero también las acciones y todas las inversiones subieran. ¿Y por qué quieren convencer a la gente que hay esta inflación? Digo, que va a haber inflación. ¿Por qué? Porque lo que quieren es que todo el mundo se meta en el mercado y también quieren que todo el mundo gaste su dinero antes de que los precios continúen subiendo. Les tengo varios ejemplos. Uno, y el más tonto, el que les he dado al principio, gente no podía vender su inventario de empresas de ropa y les dijeron, güey, ve y compra antes de que te suban los precios. Pero güey, no puedo vender, ve y compra más inventario. Se llenaron de inventario. Toda esa gente está llena de inventario, no lo puede vender por más. De ahí hicieron la de los coches. Güey, ven a comprar un coche antes de que los coches suban de precio y te vamos hasta dar descuentos antes, porque las agencias, todos sabemos que quieren lo mejor para ti. Entonces, todo el mundo fue y compró su coche. En este momento lo que están haciendo es, ven y compra tu EV, tu coche eléctrico, porque van a acabarse los incentivos el 30 de septiembre. Entonces Tesla se le agotaron los modelos Y, está a punto de hacer un sold out del modelo 3, está viendo una gran cantidad de influx de gente gastando dinero. Y esto es toda la gente que estaba esperándose a comprar casa, a rentar, la gente que tiene dinero, que dijo, güey, yo me voy a esperar a que todo esto caiga. A ellos son a los que estamos invitando en este momento a cometer todos estos errores, ¿ok? A la gente que fue más lista por todo este tiempo, ahorita están cometiendo ese error. Otra, los relojes. Están viendo los relojes a la baja en este momento y les están diciendo a todos, güey, los relojes suizos, cómprate un Rolex, cómprate una AP, cómprate esto. Ven y hazlo de una vez porque van a subir con los aranceles 40%, pero el precio de todas estas madres está bajo. Entonces todo el mundo fue y está comprando en este momento relojes. Con las casas, ahorita la nueva narrativa es, rentas van a subir. Las rentas están subiendo y están obviamente seleccionando de lugares donde las rentas están subiendo para contarle a todo el mundo que todas las rentas en todos lados están subiendo. ¿Por qué están subiendo las rentas? Simplemente porque la gente no puede comprar casa. No puede comprar casa y en esos mercados pues ya vale la pena ya rentar, y es literalmente lo que está pasando en este momento. La gente se rindió y está centrado en el mercado de, ok, voy a rentar de una vez porque esto va a continuar, bla, 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 y es justamente lo que están haciendo. Están intentando hacer que la mayor cantidad de gente se confunda y en este momento pierda. Y si sabes lo que estamos nosotros viendo, que es qué va a pasar para el cuarto de este año, el primer cuarto del próximo, yo pienso que ahí es donde ya no vamos a poder escondernos porque están haciendo que todo el mundo de una vez esté gastando, están haciendo que todo el mundo caiga en esta fantasía mojada de que la inflación va a continuar subiendo, están haciendo que todo el mundo piense que el mercado jamás va a poder perder, están haciendo pensar a todo el mundo que cripto nunca más va a volver a bajar, que esto literalmente solamente va para arriba. Están haciendo pensar a todo el mundo que van a continuar inflando el dólar, que la Reserva Federal no puede hacer nada y que tiene que bajar tipos, aunque, y este es el pensamiento más tonto que existe flotando en todos lados, que es la Reserva Federal está preocupada por inflación, al igual que tú estás muy preocupado por la inflación porque eres una persona muy pensante, ¿no? Porque no te preocupaste cuando subió todo, te preocupaste ya ahorita. Y ahora que estás muy preocupado por esta gran inflación nueva que va a llegar y no sabes qué hacer, ¿no? Porque te está llevando el payaso, te está cargando el pánico y quieres gastarte todo tu dinero en estupideces, también estás pidiendo que bajen intereses porque no tienes un centavo. Pero eso causaría más inflación, que es lo que te importa ahorita. Pero es que también te importa que tienes tanta deuda que no la puedes pagar. Todo esto es para que acaben la mayor, acuérdense, una crisis financiera es para destruir la mayor cantidad de dinero posible. ¿Y por qué destruyes la mayor cantidad de dinero posible? Para hacer la ilusión, para seguir alimentándola de que el dinero es escaso y de que no simplemente puedes imprimir y darle a todo el mundo el dinero que se necesita, es todo. ¿Ok? En este momento tu Paco favorito te está diciendo que estamos yendo a estanflación. Una estanflación que ya vivimos por 2 años. Aquí, para toda la gente que se lo esté preguntando, ok, no quiero que me dé ansiedad, ¿qué tengo que hacer? Lo único que tienes que hacer en este momento es aguantar vara. No vayas a gastarlo, no te metas en nada. Les voy a contar ya cuando lo haga de cuándo voy a empezar a poner más dinero en la bolsa. Todavía no. Saben lo que compré, saben a los niveles, hicimos todo esto. Hicimos compras cuando cayó todo en abril y personalmente pienso que podríamos volver a ver precios interesantes en la bolsa. Si no es que son más bajos, interesantes, vamos a ponerle así. Por ahora lo que tenemos que esperar y lo que tenemos que hacer es ser pacientes. Todo este mundo funciona al revés. Todo lo que te cuentan y todo lo que tu Paco favorito te está diciendo es completamente al revés. La gente que analiza las noticias por CNN, MSNBC o Fox no son más inteligentes que cualquier otra persona. Si lo están haciendo en primer lugar, eso es una demostración de baja inteligencia. Así que pon mucha atención a este juego. Este juego es bastante divertido. Lo que te están diciendo es lo contrario. Y lo único que tienes que hacer es aguantar vara. Ahora, Alejandro, estoy endeudado, güey, ¿qué hago? Tienes que hacer lo posible para salirte de tus deudas, cabrón. Porque eso va a ser el castigo más grande para todos. Porque una vez que todo baje, una vez que el dinero desaparezca, una vez que los precios se regresen a donde tienen que estar, la gente que está preparada, que ha pagado todas sus deudas, que no tiene un centavo de deuda, que todo es positivo, que tiene cash, tiene inversiones, etcétera. Esas personas y con buen crédito en Estados Unidos van a poder aprovechar esto al máximo una vez más. Y esto fue lo que me hizo millones y millones y millones en el 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012 hasta el 2020. Y también después del 2020 con lo de mi casa, comprando el fondillo y vámonos el local y de ahí vámonos para arriba y vendiendo el topecillo. Es simplemente esto, entender esto. Y es todo lo que tienes que hacer. Esperar, no caer en pánico. Y recuerda, si algo te está dando ansiedad, para empezar, deja de ver las noticias. No hay nada que funcione. Lo acabamos de probar el viernes. En vivo y en directo, enfrente de todos ustedes. Enfrente de 5,000 personas, lo hicimos. Esos trades jalaron de no mames. Entiendan, no te están dando información para ayudarte, lo único que quieren es que vivas en miedo y cuando tienes miedo tomas las peores decisiones del planeta. Si vas a tomar una decisión, que no la dicte tu cabeza, que no la dicte la ansiedad, que no la dicte el miedo, que la dicte tu corazón. Y es más, cuando sientas miedo, haz lo contrario que el miedo te está pidiendo. Es todo lo que tienes que hacer. Suena pendejo, pero es todo lo que tienes que hacer. Lo único que tienes que hacer. Ha sido el mejor mes de trading de mi vida y sobre todo pensando así y con la claridad de, uy, esto me está dando miedo. Perfecto, me voy a quedar ahí. Y ha estado jalando de no mames. Pero, sin más ni más, yo creo que es tiempo de ir a analizar estos precios, ir a analizar el mercado y una vez más, $8,000 siendo regalados para todos los que se registren en salovisa.com. Dense una vuelta. Por supuesto, es gratis participar, solamente tienes que registrarte. Y te juro, no te va a mandar correos, no te va a mandar spam, no te quiero vender nada, solamente quiero un lugar para cuando ya por fin todo este sistema nos diga, Alejandro, por favor, deja de hablar tonterías, si no te pones en el script de la paquete, te vamos a sacar, que me saquen, quiero tener otro lugar donde poder estar, para poder contarles pendejadas, ¿ok? Es todo lo que quiero, contarles pendejadas. Más allá de contarles pendejadas también, los quiero invitar, si todos ustedes quieren aprender a hacer trading, están aprendiendo como nosotros, bueno, como yo, estos cabrones son los que me enseñaron y gracias, gracias, gracias. Cáiganle a nuestro Discord, es absolutamente gratuito, damas y caballeros. El Discord de Elite Trading Academy, como de que no, aquí lo pueden ver. Ahí tienen la invitación aquí abajo en el enlace de la descripción. Voy a hacer esto un poco más grande para que lo puedan ver perfectamente. Aquí tienen todos los menús del lado izquierdo, por cierto. Tienen los análisis de Alex, tienen los análisis del buen Farhan también por acá. Tienes una tabla de criptolingo, que es todas las abreviaciones y estupideces que oyes en español y en inglés, las tenemos acá simplemente para que sepas de lo que estamos hablando. Si no hablas el lenguaje, es importante aprender las bases de trading, porque con eso puedes hablar nuestro lenguaje y entender todo, y con eso se vuelve más claro todo. Siempre buscas claridad en todo lo que estás buscando. Vete al chat general para ver, vamos a ver los espíritus. No te alcanzó el TP, pero si llegamos al TP, padre, como Gordon Tobogán, ¿cómo de que no? Uf, te quedaste cerca, mi estimado. Te quedaste cerca de ese TP en 109,822. Te pusiste un poco más agresivo en ese potente TP, por cierto. Un poco más agresivo de lo que debía ser. En mi opinión, mi queridísimo Lenny. Ahora, perdón que te esté ventaneando enfrente de todo el mundo. Nosotros lo teníamos que... Yo tenía el mío en 111,111, porque antes era mi stop loss y lo tocó hoy. ¿Qué fue? Hoy o ayer, no sé cuándo. Hoy, porque en la mañana abrí un... Ok, hoy. Vean a compartir cuánto dinero están haciendo con nosotros. Vamos a ver si Tomatito ya está ganando algo, ni madres. Sol, this goes right, es algo que salió mal. Vamos a ver, espérenme. Puta, qué verga. Hagan lo contrario. Tenemos que reanalizar esto. ¿Qué está pasando? Unas buenas pérdidas por ahí. Mi queridísimo AB, haz lo contrario de tu estrategia. Es cierto, yo mismo lo iba a decir, pero no quería ser un culero, pero bien hecho, Tomatito. Bien, oye, en Pengu te aventaste un 340%, un 734% en Solana. Bien ahí, mi estimado, con un 200X, nada más. Acá un 950% con otro 200X en BTCC. Qué cabrón. Un buen long buenos longs, por cierto, acá. Bien, bien, bien. Leo, mal fin de semana, mi Leo. Canito, 420% en este trade de Bitcoin. ¿Cuánto es? Con un 500X. ¿Cómo de que no, damas y caballeros? Y acá otro 500X en corto. Puta madre, nada mal. Felicidades a todos ustedes. Seguimos llevándonos lana a casa como se debe y sigan, como siempre, protegiendo sus posiciones, un 200X. Esto es lo más ETA que existe, apalancarte hasta el culo y todos hablar de, no, es que solamente apaláncate poco y todos estamos apalancados hasta la mierda, ¿no? Todos. Felicidades a todos nosotros. También, si quieren aprender a tradear futuros como toda la gente que está por acá compartiendo sus cartas, cáiganle por acá a nuestro sitio web. Aquí está el enlace abajo. Esto también es gratis. Te vas a meter lo voy a poner en español primero, es que yo soy muy gringo, voy a meterme a Tutos, en Tutos ve cómo tradear en Bluffing y acá te va a enseñar cómo usar un exchange de futuros. Este es el de Bluffing, por cierto, en 5 minutos vas a aprender cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo pasar dinero, cómo pasarlo dentro de tu cuenta para poder operar en futuros, cómo abrir un corto, cómo abrir un largo, bla, bla, bla. Todo esto está acá y también le picas acá en la página de Bluffing. Bluffing es un exchange de criptos nada más. Tienes para Bitcoin, Ethereum y todas las monedas que te puedas imaginar, pero te puedes apalancar hasta 150X. Tenemos también otro exchange aquí abajo que se llama BTCC y en BTCC te puedes apalancar hasta un delicioso 500X, como vieron ahí, para expertos nada más. Y tienes el enlace aquí abajo también para entrar con nuestro enlace de referidos, tíos. Y con eso, damas y caballeros, vamos a dar inicio a esto. Vámonos con estos grandes cracks. Vamos a ver cómo están los precios. Vamos a ver qué es lo que estamos haciendo, si estamos haciendo bien. Yo quiero checar. Vamos a ver cómo va hoy mis operaciones. Good morning, motherfuckers. How are you?
Buenos dias, chamacos. Doing well.
I don't know if you're muted or if it's me with headphones. No, it should be working with my headphones.
Is it not? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I'm sorry. I realize it's my stupidity. How are you?
Doing well. Buenos dias, chamacos.
Morning.
Buenos dias, motherfucker. Morning, Alex. How you doing?
Doing good. Just getting up. Nice Monday morning. It's Monday.
Just getting up. Fucking Monday morning, son. Lots of great volatility this weekend. This weekend was the perfect trading weekend for me. I was on the computer every now and then. I opened whenever I saw the chart, saw a trade, get in, get out. It was beautiful. I hope you guys also killed it. What's going on right now? What are we looking at? Let's look at that.
Share my screen
and tell me, what are we looking at? Because, and by the way, how genius was not getting fucked or liquidated, presidentially liquidated.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Just wait.
And while all the motherfuckers are switching bullish on Twitter, like, just wait. We're gonna get that tap of 110, and it happened.
And the most impressive thing is it hit all of our levels just based on the chart wants to fuck you all the way to here, and it's probably what he wants, and he did. Like it did. We haven't played something like that in a while, like to the T. Meanwhile, we didn't watch the Fed. We didn't have to worry about what color tie Jerome Powell was wearing. If he sounded too worried, nothing. We just played the chart against the people, and we took their money, and we thank you all for your money. Thank you.
Thank you for your donations.
Yes, continue to watch Jerome Powell. Continue to watch all these stats that the government's giving you, and we'll continue to take your money, and we appreciate it. So let's get it, son.
It was looking a little grim for a second on Friday, where I was getting messages talking about Jay Powell is turning dovish, but I was like, my stop loss hasn't been hit. Didn't hit my stop loss.
Exactly. We fucking killed it.
My stop was at 118.570. Didn't even come close.
That's fucking amazing. Beautiful play, honestly.
I get a new name, by the way, fellas. Mi nueve nombre es El Cochinoco.
What? El Cochinoco?
Loco. I saw this Mexican movie called Infierno. It's about drug dealers.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. Guy's best friend is named Cochiloco.
That's a pretty good one. I've never
heard
that one before.
His son's name is Cochiloquito.
I need to watch the movies that you're watching.
It's the only Mexican movie I've watched, but it was pretty good.
And by the way, the fucking moon's undefeated, son. It's unbelievable.
All we needed to know. All we needed was that the bear moon was coming this weekend, so everything that happened on a Friday was bullshit beforehand. Because usually people like to misinterpret the moons. The bear moon doesn't mean like price is gonna dump immediately, and the bull moon doesn't mean price is gonna pump immediately. The bear moon means local tops. That's what it should be interpreted as. And bull moon is local bottoms. It's not just like a pump moon or a dump moon. Local top. And whenever you see price pumping into a bear moon, it confirms that idea even more, that it's going to be a local top. Whereas when you see price dumping into a full moon, it's usually going to be a local bottom. Like you see price dumping right here, the full moon appeared, local bottom, we sent it up. Price was dumping right here, the full moon appeared, we bounced a little bit, and then ended up going lower. This could be taken as a failure of a moon. Local top right here, even though we did end up going higher, we did go sideways for a little bit and dumped all the way to the 9 EMA. This would be one of the more bullish bear moons. Find another one. Dumping into the bull moon, local bottom. Pumping into the bear moon, ended up being a local top right there. Same idea over here, ended up having a local top. Basically the same. You get the idea. So we were pumping into the new moon.
We went into,
yeah.
Oh, thank God! I told you I was just about to take a piss, and I have my headphones on. Yeah, that would have been
Would have heard that little
interesting.
tinkle.
I always ask before. This is the first time it's actually happened. I'm
Whenever,
sorry, go
whenever,
on.
whenever, whenever I'm wondering if I muted myself or not, and I go to the restroom, I always have to come back out and check.
Just ask. When you're going in, that's what I do. I walk in and I go, "Can you hear me?" And if you can, that's it. Abort, abort. I dick out everything. Everything was ready. Everything was deployed.
Hey, I'm too retarded to think of that, so now I'll be asking that question.
Oh, there we go. All righty. I'm sorry.
So we did get a local top right into that nice bear moon that we have, and from that bear moon we are down. Let's see, about 5%. Very nice. And if you were to take the previous bear moon, how much did we go down? 4.5%. Very similar to what we have now. Let's take this bear moon. About 2%, not much. This one should be more in line. About 5.8%, very in line with what we have now. This one is not going to be as much. About 2%, similar move as the low end. 7%, a little bit more. 8%. Take a similar bear moon to the one we have now. Let's go a little bit closer. All right. This one, very similar. 9%. Let's take it from this one before the bounce, actually. It's about 3.7. About 7%. So we are currently down roughly 5.5%. And if we were to take it to that 7% number, let's see how much that would be. 7% would be just slightly lower to tap about $108,000, which has been a level we've been talking about for a good amount of time. But you can't, that number is only going to be relevant once you start to lose this daily 100 EMA. And as of now, you are still getting a bounce from that daily 100 EMA. Let's make these moon phases disappear. Let's zoom out a little bit. Let's look at the momentum. Momentum is now shifting back into the bearish control zone. But if you notice, we're making lower lows on price, but we're making a higher low on momentum, giving you a possible bullish divergence now on the daily. Beforehand, we had no possibility of bullish divergence because we didn't make a lower low on price. And now we've gotten that. Now we have that possibility of bullish divergence, but you need to close over about $117,000 to confirm that. So it's going to be a little bit difficult as of the moment. And right now, if you look into the jewel, we're starting to curve over and give us a buy signal on the jewel. We did make a lower low on the jewel, so there's no bullish divergence on there, but there is on the HPDR momentum. And if you were to go down into the jewel and mark with a vertical line, whenever we got a buy signal within the bearish control zone and see what type of results we got, should be pretty respectable bounces considering this is a daily time frame. This one is not really as close because we did switch buy out of the bearish control zone, but I'll still take it. I'll take one more, and that'll be it. About 8%, 8.7. This one, one candle, about 10%. That's pretty good. One day. I'd like to see another 10% day. 4.5, 4.5%, about 9%, very close to 10. This one was more immediately of around 12%, very close to that 10%. And then 28, 38, 46. This one looks like some massive continuation. Wouldn't expect that this time around. 6%. Now 5, then 18. 9, very close to 10. And as of now, when we open, we went up 0.08%. If we were to take it roughly 8%, brings us to new all-time highs, right around $126,000. Very interesting. Let's keep that number in mind. My long likes to hear that. On the 2-day, we are also flipping down into the bearish control zone with volatility expansion. However, the 2-day is not putting in that bullish divergence because you don't have a higher long momentum. 5-day also flipping down to the bearish control zone. Volatility is expanding. This is where it starts to get scary because the 5-day is getting a very bearish cross in the jewel with the pink crossing below the yellow, dark blue starting to lose everything else. This is not good. The last time we had this cross was right over here in this zone, and let's mark that off. And we only have, let's switch it to the index so we have more data. We have that one right there. We did get a little bit of a bounce. This would be one of the most worrying signs we currently have. Let's take, well, that should be enough. We're all the way back in 2024. Hopefully, it'll be one of these ones where it was a total failure. So more, did I mark it off in the correct place? No, just a little bit before. Now, I don't know if you can consider I guess it is a failure. Let's mark it from the open to the low, about 2.5%. So I guess you can consider that one a failure. This one's about 12%. Did I draw this right? No. It's about 7%. How much have we dropped now? Where's the low of this candle? 5.66, 5.77%. Very close to that 6% area. Very interesting. Does it bring it around 10%? 10% brings us to about $105,000, $106,000. Go to the weekly. Weekly is now also starting to shift to the downside, getting very close to getting into the bearish control zone. Volatility is now expanding from 0%. Weekly, however, is not giving you that bearish jewel signal just yet. 5-day already has. Let's see if there's any. Weekly is now breaking these lows on momentum. Price is still making a higher low, giving you a possibility for hidden bullish divergence now on the weekly. But to confirm it, you're going to have to close over about $117,630. A little high, a little difficult. But if you do confirm that, that'll give you a relevant target of hitting the median. Median right now is sitting at about $128,000, slightly over that 126 number. And we want to maintain weekly closures over this 38.2% to keep that idea alive. So that tells you within this next 6 days and 10 hours, you have to close over about 112,233. Close below there, and then you're going to get your breakdown. Last time you got to close below 38.2 was right over here. You came all the way down to the 61.8%. That right now sits at about just below $100,000 at like $99,000, $100,000 roughly. Very, very, very high probability of a bounce zone, especially since you're around psychological figure of $100,000. But at that point, I do think you are going to go lower and tap this 55 EMA at a minimum, and that sits at about like $93,000, $94,000. You're going to be taking out this last major low, and the whole uptrend is going to be put into question at that point because you're going to be shifting this uptrend into a downtrend, taking out this last major low, and you're likely going to be testing somewhere around 70s at that point. Pretty safe to say that if you get that breakdown, we're not going to be seeing new all-time highs for a while. Let's get to 2 week. 2-week is now also starting to shift down on momentum. Volatility is expanding from 0%. We are taking out this previous low, putting in a possible hidden bullish divergence on the 2-week. To confirm it, we will have to close over all-time highs at around $127,277. But that gives you a relevant target of hitting the median, which right now is at about 133. Not really that much higher. Right now, we are, as long as we are closing over the 5 EMA, then on a closing basis over the 9 EMA, you can't really be looking for that much lower. 9 EMA right now is sitting at that $108,000 level. So if we do go a little bit lower, that is the area where I would be personally going max bidding at that 2-week 9 EMA, because it usually ends up being like one of those hindsight things where it looks kind of bad, comes onto the 9 EMA, holds it, grinds out a higher low, and then you just get busting action from there. And then afterwards, you're like, wow, I could just bid that 9 EMA. That was that easy. If we start to lose that 9 EMA, then your next relevant target, I wouldn't be looking at this 38.2%. I'd be looking at the 21, which is at that same $99,000 area. And the reason I'm not looking at this 38.2% is because at that point you would have lost the 9 EMA, and usually when you lose the 9, you go straight to the 21. Monthly is now rejecting that 38.2% with momentum flipped to the downside. Volatility is shifting upwards. As if you close as it's looking right now, very likely you're going to get a move minimum down to this 9 EMA, which right now is at that same $99,000 area. So there is still a possibility based on that monthly that you could bottom at that 9 EMA at $99,000. It just seems a little unlikely to me because of how close you're going to be coming to that last major low at 98,330. I guess it would be very Bitcoin-like to make it ever so slightly higher low above $98,000 and then send it to like 130s to 150s. It'd be a very fuck you move. But as of right now, you are still forming possible hidden bullish divergences on the monthly because you have taken out all of the monthly previous momentum lows, while price is now still putting in a higher low, and you're approaching the lows from when we had when price was trading somewhere around $60,000 on momentum. You haven't been this low on momentum since around September of 2024. Price was at like $58,800. Very interesting to see that, where price is trading well in the 6 digits and we're at the same level of momentum. Monthly jewel is now still curving around and giving you a buy signal, taking out these previous lows, putting in the hidden bullish divergence on the jewel. Monthly is looking quite good based off of our momentum indicators, but those will look good even in the beginnings of a bear market. So you got to take that with a little grain of salt. Quarterly still has that close over the previous quarterly median, giving you probabilities of this next quarterly candle getting a reconnect with the median. This is a 61.8% chance, which is not a 100% chance. Gotta mention that 1 out of 3 times it will fail, which is a good percentage chance that it will fail. Imagine flipping a coin 3 times, one of each one is gonna, and one of the 3 is gonna fail. Not the worst odds for a failure. Right now, quarterly is putting in that hidden bullish divergence that we've been looking for the past couple of weeks, with a slight move down to take out this previous momentum low, while price is still putting in a higher low. But to confirm it, you would have to close over about 111,965. It's not very far away from where we are right now. That would give you an easy target of hitting the median, which is right now at about 164. It will move on the quarterly closure, but as of now, it's sitting at about $164,000. Very nice target for that hidden bullish divergence. Let's switch over to the RSI. To the relative strength index. I was thinking of something funny to say, but I couldn't think of it. Let's go to Tether. Tether's got 3 drives of 3 drives of bearish divergence in the quarterly. Still is going to be active as long as you're closing below 6.24%. Next target is going to be that neutral zone, which right now is at about 3.94%, which is still a nice dump ski from where we are now. Let's see how much that is. It's like another 10% down. Correlates to about 15 to 20% up on Bitcoin. And we are getting volatility expansion for the first time ever to the downside. Monthly is putting in active hidden bearish divergence with another drive possible, which will confirm as long as you close below 4.11%. As of right now, with your current drive, you would have an easy target of hitting this monthly 100. Putting in another one will make it even a lot more obvious that you're going to hit that 100. Right now, Your first target is going to be that simple moving average. Next one is the bearish control zone. That gives you an area between 4.12 and 3.31. What sits right between there? That monthly 100 at 3.5. 2-week also has active hidden bearish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing below about 4.6%. Next target is that bearish control zone, which right now is at 3.36. And you have volatility now expanding from below that 15% area, getting above the moving average with hidden bearish divergence. Mm. 2 days now also got hidden bearish divergence active. Going to be active as long as you're closing below about 4.48%. Next target is that simple moving average, and then the bearish control zone gives you a target between 4.19 and 3.87. Remember that 3.94% number sits right in between there. And you are now getting, well, your volatility is once again shifting down, but you haven't closed, so it hasn't confirmed that just yet. Daily, nothing. Daily starting to give you a sell signal on the jewel. And 4 hours now putting in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. Beautiful. My long loves to see this. And this will confirm with any close below about 4.37%. And your easy target is going to be the edge of the bullish control zone, which right now sits at about 4.31%. And then you're looking at the neutral zone and the simple moving average, which I love to see lined up with each other. And that sits at about 4.2%. Let's go to Bitcoin. Let's go to the index. Bitcoin still got 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing over 74,441. Next target is still remaining at that critical zone, which is ever so slightly changing with every single closure, but right now it's at about 201. Monthly's got hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low. Price made a higher low. It's going to be active as long as you're closing above about 105,159. Next target is going to be that critical zone. Right now sits at about 148. 2-week is putting in another drive of bearish divergence. That's interesting to see. And this will confirm with any close below about 112,657. Well, interesting. That's basically the same level as that 38.2%. So not only would we be losing the 38.2%, we'd also be confirming bearish divergence. And that will give you an easy target of hitting that neutral zone, which right now is sitting at about $96,000. Interesting. So if this divergence confirms, basically over, or almost, because you could bounce at 96 and then close over 100. Just very unlikely. 5-day also has bearish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing below about 124,277, which is our current all-time high. And your next target is that neutral zone, which right now is at about 104.7. Two-day currently has hidden bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing above about 110,800, and your next target is that simple moving average in the neutral zone, which right now is at about 117.7. This would be roughly the area where we would have to close over to get some nice busting action. So that is our previous rejective high at 117,440. Daily is close to invalidating that bullish divergence. Let's go to the 4-hour. Nice bounce. What was this low? 110,800. This is 110,670. So ever so slightly took out that low. Nothing there. Got momentum. Quarterly on Tether dominance is still pointed heavily to the downside with volatility expansion for the first time, and you're going to be pointed down as long as you're below 5.78%. But as long as you're closing over 2.23%, you will eventually put in hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low, and that will give you a minimum target of retesting somewhere around these high fives that point, it's going to be very hard to think Bitcoin is going to bounce and make a new all-time high, because you are going to have dumped, let's see, just from here, that's like the 40% up on Tether, probably at least 50 to 60% down on Bitcoin. Pretty hard to say we're going to hit new all-time highs after that. Monthly freshly flipped to the downside, with volatility now giving you expansion, and you're putting in hidden bearish divergence by taking out this previous high, and price made a lower high, and you're rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, and you're going to be pointed down below 5.37%. Lots of bearish signs right here. Come on. 2 week is now also flipped to the downside with that fresh volatility expansion, and it's going to be pointed down below 5.09. Weekly is currently flipped up, and it will remain up as long as you're over 4.05%, but you're still within the bearish control zone. 5 days also flipped up, and you can be flipped up above 4.25. 2 days also flipped up, and it's going to be flipped up above 4.22. Daily is now starting to flip down, interesting to see, with the derp of death, and you're going to be pointed down below 4.38%. 4 hours currently flipped up, and it will remain up as long as you're closing over 4.28%. There is indeed hidden bearish divergence on the stochastic as well as the RSI. And 2 hours very close to flipping down now, and it will flip down if you close below 4.36%. You do have a silver cross to the upside, however, so there is a possibility you can could get a bounce at that 9 EMA. Oh, nice, that confirms my bias. Hourly is now flipping to the downside, putting in hidden bearish divergence, and it is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 4.38%. Quarterly is still nicely flipped to the upside, and it is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 109,100. That was the idea, that if we do get a nice little swipe, as long as we're holding over at $109,000, quarterly momentum will be pointed up. We came down to about 110 and still holding this level. Monthly is still freshly flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over $95,600. But in about 6 days and 10 hours, if this volatility does remain below that 15%, we will have the monthly setup will be invalidated, and we will be looking for another monthly setup, because we'll be back below that 15% area, and then we're going to have to see what momentum is once it starts expanding again. And as long as we're over this $95,600 area, we could just get another monthly setup to the upside. It doesn't necessarily mean that it being invalidated that it's going to go down. 2 week is currently flipped down, and with volatility expansion, and it will remain down as long as you're closing below 111,900. We are currently over that number. If this does flip back up, this would give us a 2 week setup to the up. It would invalidate this 2 week setup to the downside. It wouldn't give you, like, just like how the monthly wouldn't give you one to the downside. This flipping up wouldn't give you a monthly set, a 2 week setup to the upside. It will just reset it. Weekly is currently flipped down, and it will be flipped down with bearish divergence as long as you're closing below 121,350. This weekly and the 2 week are the biggest challenges to my idea right now. That the 2 week setup is firing off to the downside, and the weekly is currently flipped down with volatility at very low levels and has weekly bearish divergence. 5 days also flipped to the downside with volatility at extreme lows. 5 day also has bearish divergence, and it's going to be flipped down below about 117,800. 2 days also flipped to the downside with volatility now expanding from many periods of 0%. Still below that 15%, however, and it's going to be flipped down below 117,100. Daily is now flipping up with still volatility expansion, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 112,150. Four hours currently flipped down with volatility nearing extremes, and it will remain down as long as you're closing below 112,400. Come on. 2 hours also flipped down and will remain to the downside as long as you're closing below 112,250. Hourly is now starting to flip up and will remain up as long as you're closing over 111,450. So what we would need to see is a close on the hourly above like 113,700, and then we can see a nice move higher. Otherwise, we're probably going to sweep these lows and tap 108. I'm going to come down to the hourly close. See the 4 daily. Run back. We are losing that weekly 9 EMA, however, which the only time we've got a close below that 9 EMA was right over here in June, and then we immediately reclaimed it. So on this weekly close, we need to reclaim this 9 EMA, which is at about $113,600. This is going to be the first time we've gotten 2 closures below that 9 EMA, and that's going to confirm to me that that 2-week setup is like basically 100% going to fire off to the downside. And then the next target is somewhere around that 108s. So on the high time frames, Bitcoin is still looking bullish. Tether is still looking bearish. Tether is firing off a setup to the downside, giving you heavy momentum to the downside. You have hidden bearish divergence, fresh ride that just confirmed in the stochastic, with momentum still pointed down. Eventually, you are going to put in hidden bullish divergence on Tether as long as you're closing over 2.23%, but that is going to be a long ways down. And once that does confirm, it's probably going to probably not hitting new all-time highs on Bitcoin for maybe another year, 2 years, standard bear market. And on the lower time frames, however, momentum is shifting to the upside on Tether, whereas Bitcoin is starting to shift down. Everything 2-week and below on Bitcoin is still pointed to the downside, starting to flip back up when you get to the daily. However, as long as you're closing below $113,600, that is just going to be a bearish retest before you tap somewhere around 108. And that would be kind of likely right now based off of that 2-week setup, which is firing off to the downside. But whether we're bullish or bearish, we are very likely going to bounce from this zone here, considering you're putting in bearish divergence on Tether on the lower time frames, putting in bullish divergence on Bitcoin with momentum pointed up. I would expect to test at least somewhere around 113s, and if you can close over 113.6, then you should see a move higher to somewhere around 117s. Daily close over 117,440, and that's what send us back up to current all-time highs. Right now, it does seem a little difficult to reach that 117,440 number, but if you can close over there, then bottoms in at that daily 100 EMA that we've been targeting at, and it's going to be one of those hindsight's 2020 type of trades where you can just bid that 100. The confirmation is going to be daily closures over 117,440, and right now the invalidation on moving into new all-time highs is going to be either a tick below 98,330 or a weekly close below 105. Either one of those two things, and you're likely going to go a lot lower. And the invalidation right now on move to 113 is going to be basically just sweeping our lows, getting even a tick below our current lows, and then likely not going to get that bounce, and we're probably just going to go straight down from here. But right now, I do think a little bit of a bounce, even if we're going to be bearish. My bias right now is that this was the bottom. That's why I'm long, and I'm targeting somewhere around 117s for the first TP area, and then from there, I'm looking at about 126. If I get invalidated, then I'll just flip short on the bearish retest and aim for 108.
Nice. All right, cool. Very nice. I mean, you got to love a weekend where you finally get follow through. It's always nice. It's better than a weekend not getting follow through, of course. And so now we're at a very important spot, as Farin mentioned. All eyes on the daily EMA 100. There's literally no reason to complicate things. This exact kind of thought worked really well on this dump when we went, all the way up from that $110,000 region, made a move all the way down to $98,000. You're noticing here support never got lost, and the moving average never got lost. A major one, the EMA 100. And this is a big one because for me to get really aggressive on shorts, I need two things to occur, really. It's the daily EMA 100 to get lost, and then also that weekly EMA 9 to get lost. You did lose the weekly 9. And so this tells me into this week, we need to absolutely see bulls either reclaim this weekly EMA 9, or they're going to risk another closure under it, giving you confirmation of potentially more of a bearish bias here. You do see here the weekly 9 is sitting currently at right at 113,600. It's coming in right around our $114,000 region. So for me, I'm just going to use $114,000 to kind of solidify a local bottom. If you get weekly closures above, makes a lot of sense. You can just simply see on that major move down here that we had at the end of July, you were still holding that $114,000 region, giving you a nice move up to a new high. So there's really no reason to complicate things. We are at a bounce zone now. You need to be watching this zone very carefully because while you're at support, you're again trying to flip this wick high into support, which already really occurred and worked out nicely again in the beginning of July, where you had solidified resistance, you busted up, and then on this candle here, you threw it back and then it gave you a very nice spring. So we do know that big moves do occur in this region. But the fact that you do now have a daily EMA 100 lined up right at that same region really does solidify this region as major support. And that's why if you were able to catch shorts from this region, it's very good, but we're fully out of shorts now, and rather so I'm looking actually to scale longs. I wanted to see the reaction on the daily EMA 100 today, and that has officially been hit. You saw that into yesterday as well, but it being a Sunday makes it a little more loose, meaning you very easily on a Monday open can come down, swipe down, hit this major support, and then almost act like a spring zone here. Now, for today, we've hit support. So for me now, I really do just want to see this area act as support, giving us a spring, holding above this wick high right at $112,000 into today. That way, we're not breaking this range here. We then can make an argument to make a move all the way at 114,200, right around that daily 9. And then we'll have to see, do we reclaim back above $114,000? Maybe solidifying this as a local bottom, or are we simply going to reject, form a lower high, reject the daily 9, and roll over? I don't think that we're just going to immediately break down or break out from here. I'd actually want to I'd want to see this $114,000 get tested maybe one more time before fully breaking down. That way we get our lower low, we get a lower high formed around the daily 9. And that way, aggressive shorts, which have had an easy move down this entire way, potentially get flushed out. Now, I'll be wrong on this idea entirely, and we can actually be aggressive on shorts if you start losing the daily EMA 100. Generally, not always. This is generally a good sign to be aggressive on shorts once you do lose that daily EMA 100. You saw this work really nicely when you had a major move down here. From 106, you went all the way down to $91,000, 13% down. Didn't lose the daily EMA 100, got a nice buyback. You see here, it did fizzle out, so you actually tested that daily EMA 100 again. That did give you a bounce. That bounce was about 5%. But again, just not expanding out of there, falling back under all major moving averages, losing the daily EMA 100. At this point, I would have been opening aggressive shorts, would have paid well. And then here, simply, you had an SFP play. We've talked about this, bearish retest for an easy entry. Again, that would have paid really well. Here, you got a front run of that before going down. Just, again, easy trade and easy place to watch. The EMA 100, once you're below, often does make the wick highs or lower highs. And then same thing when you're above it. When you reclaim back above the daily EMA 100, instantly this means, okay, yeah, we need to stop being aggressive on shorts and rather maybe look for a long here. You get back above the EMA 100. Confirmation of all of this was holding back above $65,000, very simply. Reclaimed the EMA 100, got the SMA 200 there, got a wick high rejection, need to hold that 65,000. Noticing though, again, the aggressive trade was once you got back above the EMA 100 and held it right in this zone, you could have had a bias, but even if you didn't, because the SMA 200 longing here would have paid really nicely. Aggressive longing, of course. So same exact reasoning here. I know there's a lot of lines. Let's zoom back in. Let's go here. Same exact reasoning. You're either going to reject down, lose support at 110,600, and then at that point, you're now within a new range. You saw that 110,600 reject a lot. I mean, we lost it here, rejected, broke down, rejected, broke down, rejected, broke down. So at that point, if we start losing this daily EMA 100, this is really when the bottom side of the range comes into play. And you have to start watching really closely at that 109 region. 109,300 to be specific is the spot that bulls absolutely need to hold. Without a doubt, we talked about a scenario here where you could come down. You could potentially wick even lower. Come down like this, never close dailies under the EMA 100, and then, get bought up. Why am I looking at this region here? Well, when we were in this consolidation range, we had volatility super low. It was before a breakout. We were really watching that 109.3 to 109.8 as major resistance, and that held very nicely within this range here. But this was bullish consolidation. You're putting higher lows, you were above the daily 9, and you were holding above this channel, giving bulls the upper hand. You can see this is the spot where you had broken out. Again, the spot where you were finding resistance. The bulls SR flipped it, broke out of here, didn't ever on this candle get the bullish retest. And I remember on this day, we were talking about a pullback. And if we pull back within this region, this is the buy zone. And again, that's just based on, if you go to the weekly, you can just see resistance, 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 breakout, no throwback. What was resistance often does get tested into support. And that is why, for me now, losing the weekly 9 is a very telling sign that, well, we potentially are going to go a little lower if bulls can't really get that spring scenario on the daily. Lower for me is going to come, it has to stop right at that 109K region, low 109K. The best scenario for bulls right now would be consolidation holding above 112,000. Again, would just look like the range on the daily, maybe getting a move up to that 114. And at this point, you're either going to reclaim 114 or aggressively reject and come all the way down to 109K. Now, this scenario here is actually what bulls would prefer. Why? Because then the weekly 21 could actually maybe get a shot at moving up closer to major support, solidifying that SR flip, which was major resistance. We broke out, we made a new high. And so if we came all the way back down to this region, are we allowed to technically get super bearish here? No, we can't until we lose 109K. And I'm just going to be looking at this as an aggressive SR flip. Aggressive because it did flip the weekly trend down. But if you go to the monthly, it's just like, yeah, you're potentially here just going to retest simply a monthly EMA 5, potentially. Now, this is now at closer to 107. It's $106,781. So, I mean, the idea would be 109K holds, but if you did swipe down, test that 107K region, I mean, you would just lose support at 109K, move down, hit that next region, actually testing that monthly EMA 5. Now, what if this is just all wrong and we're actually going to get a deeper pullback, actually just based on the weekly and the 2-week, as Farhan mentioned, because this is expanding. And this is potentially going to break down. Well, if we ended up getting a deeper pullback, let's say to under 100K, I still have to look at this spot as a zone that bulls are going to really pick up. And there's 2 reasons for that. You're at that psychological number right at 100K. Very nice. You need bulls to step in there. But also, you haven't tested the monthly 9 since April, essentially. So you've had 4 months of just not testing it. If you ended up coming all the way down and testing that monthly 9, that would be the spot you need to look at for bulls to step in, kind of being the last spot on all major time frames, because this entire bull market, you've had a monthly 9 really hold. If I go to CME here, it's a lot cleaner. If it wants to show here, there we go. Since the beginning of the bull market, you really haven't had the monthly 9 get lost. And so if you did end up getting a deeper pullback, you should still be gauging that monthly 9. And this is why rules in trading really help. Because for me to actually call this a bear market, you need to lose the monthly 9. This criteria has kept us in check each major pullback we've had, right? When we're max shorting, we've shorted successfully right down here under $76,000. You still can't get super bearish because you didn't lose the monthly 9. So that is always going to be the last stand for bulls, and currently that is at $99,000. So big zone, and you don't need to be looking at a monthly 9 until you actually lose a daily EMA 100. So that's why I'm still going to be looking at the daily. You can look at other time frames, of course, and have an understanding of what could potentially come based on that weekly. But really, the trades are going to start on the daily, and it's all going to start on the daily EMA 100, because each time this is just a telling factor of if we're going to go down, break down further, or potentially go up. This really worked out nicely here. And so moving forward, you've had a pretty deep pullback so far. Again, shorts have had a pretty easy move down. It's not always going to be like this. There's no free lunch in this market. And so now I want to see really carefully if, firstly, the daily EMA 100 is going to hold into today's close. If we continue to see this hold, it's going to solidify that any move down needs to just be a buy zone, simply. And then if we continue to hold, you need to simply see if we close above $112,000. Then we can then argue that we're back within this range. Let me make this correspond with the range colors. It's bothering me. White, white, white. So this range here. And then this really worked out nicely to the upside. 112,000 held. You moved up. You went up to 114,000. This held. You consolidated. Bull flag. You broke out. You rejected 118,000. Came back. Back tested 116,000 before breaking out. Same thing. Same thing. This is a very clean uptrend. So this worked out really nicely to the upside. There should be no reason why this, if it's going to be bearish, doesn't do the same thing to the downside. You lost support here. If you get any kind of rally up, you need to watch the daily 9 and right around that $114,000 region. This is going to be where bears are going to step in and potentially reject. You've already here lost the 12-hour EMA 100. You've already retested it. So for me, we shouldn't see, I don't think personally you shouldn't see this 21 get tested anymore. Rather, if you get a move up, watch the 12-hour 9. And if you know, 12-hour 9 gives you an easy short. If you lose it, you just bid any kind of retest of it. So this whole move down was easy. You broke out. You held above, you lost it, opened a short, paid. So now you're looking at this 12-hour EMA 9 plus $114,000. It's like an ad zone for shorts. You're not really aggressively shorting down here. This could provide you a nice trap scenario where maybe the 12-hour is going to get bought up. You're going to get back above the SMA 200 on the 12-hour. And if you do, it's going to give you, in bulls, specifically bulls, more fuel to maybe solidify this being a local bottom. And again, moving up to that $114,000 region. Or yeah, you're just going to reject here and break down. I don't think that's going to happen. And this 12-hour is looking pretty strong so far. So watch very carefully. Let's see if support gets reclaimed on this 4-hour. And most importantly, for an easy trade, let's see if the 4-hour 9 rejects or not. So that's what I'm watching on Bitcoin at support. This is not a short zone. This is a long zone. Any move down to like 111,000 to 110,600 is a buy opportunity. And you're using the daily EMA 100 to really just gauge that. Very simply, longing here, and you cut the trade if you lose the daily EMA 100. That's just simply it. Any daily EMA 100 loss, you open a short. But until then, yeah, you're really watching this zone to really hold. So that's what I have on Bitcoin. Don't short support. There's no reason for that. I mean, since Friday, you've had a pretty easy move down. So if you had a nice move up, just don't let that blindside you. I really do think 114,200 could be next. And it will start on the 4-hour. So let's see really carefully what occurs here. You'll either reject, flip these wick lows into resistance, or you'll reclaim, and you can just simply see when you hold above 112,000, this does give you a move up. So yeah, big zone here, big zone. Now let's look at Bitcoin dominance. Okay, what do we have here? Oh, wow. So, okay, monthly. We were watching the monthly carefully. Monthly was giving us a bearish bias into August, essentially. You had lost that monthly EMA 100, which was ultimately giving us a bias that Bitcoin dominance is the strongest it's ever been, simply because we've never gotten a closure above that. You got multiple above that. You made a new high. You lost the EMA 100. So into August, we were really watching to see if aggressive shorts were going to take this opportunity to put in a bearish retest. They did. And so now we're all the way at the EMA 21. This is the zone you need to be looking for a bigger move on Bitcoin dominance now. This has always been our zone, 57.4%, where bulls need to step in. You watched here the monthly 9 on this entire bull market hold. You still haven't lost it. So I'm going to just preface that and say you need to lose this in 6 days, but it is looking more likely than not that it is going to get lost into September. Now, this is significant because if a monthly 9 has held this strong this entire bull market, then you really have no reason to discredit a monthly 21. The monthly 21 in confluence with the meme line at 57.4% is a major zone for me that I'd like to see bulls kind of pick up and get a bounce here. You very easily could close a monthly under the 9. What was major support could easily get flipped into major resistance, meaning you get a move up into September, actually testing the monthly 9 and flipping it into resistance. This would ultimately be the most bearish scenario because this is gearing up for a monthly trend shift and potentially a breakdown. So watch very closely where this actually goes into September. August is going to be a big close for Bitcoin dominance. I mean, we're having things occur that we haven't had in a very long time. When we just simply deviated all major moving averages, got under the monthly 9, rallied up and rejected it, this was the beginning of a major breakdown. So watch very carefully. You're not under all major moving averages, but just testing the 21 already definitely is a cause of concern. But if the monthly 9's been holding this strong, then yeah, you really can't disregard this region quite yet. Now, if you close this monthly under 57.4%, yeah, that's not going to look the best. And all eyes on the monthly 34. Oh, wow. So you even see here the 2 weeks in breakdown, lower high, lower low. You've lost the 34. It's the same thing we were talking about on Bitcoin, which is, well, once you lose the 34, you get a free move to the EMA 100. This EMA 100 is very big. I mean, you have only really tested it a few times once you broke back above. No, you've actually never tested it once you broke back above. Here, there was chop. This is the zone I'm looking at. Chop. Came down, lost it. This was the chop scenario. You got back above. You held above the 2-week EMA 9 and simply moved up. Never testing the EMA 100. So that's still a big zone. And that is coming right around that monthly EMA 34. So that is technically the target from here at this point. So that could mean that you're potentially going to see another 4% move. But that doesn't have to happen right away. You very easily can just bounce here, range, and almost like bear flag it like this. Just lower high. You're forming like a channel here before breaking down. I know that's not the best bear flag, but it'd be like this. It's like just a tiny move up here before breaking down. And there you go. There's your little bear flag. And then you get your breakdown and you get your lower high scenario. This would be, in my opinion, a good scenario here to actually look for. This way, then you get, late shorts out, you get longs horny, and you're simply just rejecting major support. That should be resistance now. So regardless, Bitcoin dominance is at support, similar with Bitcoin. Both have major support, and you really should not disregard major support. There's no reason to front run a monthly close when it's 6 days away. So just watch very carefully. It's going to be a big zone. And into September, I think September is going to be a major month across the board. So watch very carefully. We can look really quickly at the bi-monthly, and bi-monthly is at support. So again, just more of a reason on why you don't want to be scaling shorts here, but rather look for a bounce for sure. You even see here, if we hold the 34, perfectly fine, but if the bi-monthly loses the 9, okay, that gives you a little bit of a play, a bounce, and then maybe a rejection. Exactly what we were talking about, which means that this pop probably just forms a range, which means you're probably not going to get a major red dildo, today, tomorrow. You're probably going to range within, within September, I think. And then into September, you're going to see something. Oh, look at that. Right at that EMA 100 on the weekly. So again, just multiple reasons why you should be looking for a bounce rather than a major dump here. You've already had that. So a bounce up to like 59% would make sense. Now, what do we have here? Okay, well, the weekly is still right under that 4.4%. So really nothing has changed. You were always gauging a move down to 4%, maybe 3.79%. Then from this point, looking to make a move up to 4.4%, forming a lower high. I mean, that still is on the table here. You still have lower highs consistently. You're still at major resistance. And bulls did get that nice bounce already. I mean, you moved up 13% from this wick low to wick high. It's not bad. But now what bulls are looking for is, again, daily EMA 100 to hold on Bitcoin, all while the weekly lower highs and starts rejecting here. Now, it depends how dirty you want to be. Let's see. Maybe before I say this on a 5-day, it'll look better. No, it looks pretty bad. Depends how dirty you want to be. Some might say this is like a head and shoulders. I'm not that dirty, but some might say it. Left, head, right. For me now, all I'm looking at is major resistance. That's it. And I need to see the weekly EMA 9 reject us. That's just simply been the recipe for bears since losing this weekly 9 in June. Was any move up just rejects. There's not even a difference in the last week. That did reject. So into this week, you're just watching 4.4%. You've already hit that. So this tells me that, technically speaking, bears should step in sooner rather than later, which means that, well, you actually may form a bottom right around here. Like, this is a very big spot to look for a bounce. Now, don't long up here. You should always long the extremity lows. But when I see Bitcoin at this spot, right, just visually, and then you see Tether dominance here, still in a downtrend, still in a lower high. Yeah, it looks interesting to me. Now, the daily EMA 100 is a big zone. We need to watch 4.4% carefully, because if you get back above there, that will be my next target. So all eyes on this daily. I mean, you even yesterday couldn't get back above the 34. Support, broke down, rallied up. So this is resistance. So now we've overshot resistance a bit, hit the meme line. Is this just a bearish retest on the daily? Deviation, bearish retest. All while the weekly just puts in a lower high right in the beginning of the week. See? It doesn't look crazily bearish. And this is why you don't want to short support. There's no reason. No reason at all. Don't make it hard for yourself. Like if you're at major support on Bitcoin, you moved up 13% from the meme line, and now you're just hitting resistance. Yeah, this is a spot where you start looking for longs on Bitcoin. Cool. So you rallied right up to that top side of the 38.2%. Let me go to the 2-day. Maybe it'll be more clear. 2-day is potentially going to break out, but again, just more of a reason on why bears are going to reject here than not, because, well, if they don't, yeah, then the 2-day will break out, and you potentially are going to price structure shift this by reclaiming back above the 34. You've already hit this, you've already hit support, and you're at the top side of the 38.2%. So if this is going to break down, it should be, within this week, in my opinion. You even have a 2-day BBWP setup potentially resetting. Excuse me. But again, still at resistance, really. I mean, even when you were here, let me see here. No. Just resistance still holds. So we're at resistance now. No reason to complicate that. Quick glance at the 12 hours can kind of help with my bias. 12 hours potentially in a breakdown. It's interesting to see, right? It's like the lower time frames are trying to turn bearish. You did get back above the EMA 100, so all eyes on this today. If you don't hold the EMA 100, this will give you more bias on maybe adding to your longs, meaning if you deviate this and then rally up and reject, this could be where you add to your longs if you're not already long on Bitcoin. Or, yeah, this will just hold above the EMA 100. This won't break down, and maybe Bitcoin will go closer to that 109K region. But to me, this just looks like a trap scenario, lower high. You're still under the median, and now you're just brewing a breakdown. My next target is right at 4.33%. Which again makes sense. You should be looking for maybe a bigger move down if Bitcoin is at major support and potentially going to solidify a local bottom on the 12-hour. All while Tether dominance is going to solidify a local top potentially. So big 12-hour. That's going to be fun. So in summary, you are at support on Bitcoin. You had that easy move. We've hit the target we all were waiting for. Now it's just more of a question of, is this going to hold? Are we going to go a little lower? Regardless, though, above the daily EMA 100 is bullish. And so you're gauging that as just that. Above that's bullish, and any move down to that needs to be respected and bought up. It's just not until you start closing dailies under the EMA 100 where then instantly my target will be right at 109,300. It's going to be a big zone for me, my last big spot for Bitcoin. And if you boys remember, right into this breakout, we were still watching for that zone to get tested. It never did. That doesn't change with time. You need to really respect this region and understand this is kind of like your last zone before a major breakdown potentially. So until then, really watch the zone for a bounce. Tether dominance still looks bearish to me, and nothing really has changed. You just are still under that weekly resistance. Now, if the weekly, let's say, closed back under 4.4%, okay, and yeah, I do think we're going to go higher, but no, we're still under 4.4%, and all while this is looking kind of bearish to me. Depends how you want to look at it, but this doesn't really look very healthy to me, especially when it's in lower high posturing. So just be aware of that. If you're scaling shorts, we're in more of a bounce zone than not on Bitcoin. Understand that bounce zone on the daily very easily can go up to right around 114,200 and then reject. So just understand that you very easily can bounce up, but you should be gauging that 114,200 very carefully. So that's all I have on Bitcoin. A bounce more likely than not. Engage that 12-hour, because the 12-hour is going to really guide you on Bitcoin and on Tether dominance. You're either going to get set up here where it's going to solidify a local bottom, maybe bullish retest before going up. That means no FOMO on longs here. All while Tether dominance is just going to lose that EMA 100, reject, giving you more of a bias on coming down. Again, no FOMO here as well. You'll get an easy setup on the 12-hour. So just patiently wait if you're not positioned. But if you are positioning, you should only be doing that directly right near that daily EMA 100. So yeah, that's all I have on Bitcoin.
Can I share just why I sold my long? Aside from nice profits. Right now, this right here. This was a zone of resistance before. Then once we broke out, we really broke out. We came in, tested it, exploded to all-time highs, came down here, made a lower high, and then we're down and kind of doing a bearish retest on it.
Yeah.
See it? So
yeah, for
that's
sure.
This is the why, and it's right on the 5 on the 4-hour 5. Just as a precaution. Now it'd be great if it just continues to go up. That's awesome. The real area to break, in my view, is basically almost 115 for it to like, all right, let's go fucking nuts. It's gonna go and do at least another shot at this at the 116s, 117s. But for now, this could be the bearish retest. The psychology of this move and what everyone's thinking right now, everyone got really bearish when we were at 110, 111. And right now, I feel how everyone's like, oh, we did it. We caught the long. This is great. But at the same time, the basic psychology of the move that started it all is making people repeat over and over again. It was just a whale that dumped 20,000 Bitcoins, right? Have you heard that?
Oh, that's
I haven't looked though.
It's all over X. Everyone's like, oh, it's just a whale that dumped 20,000 coins. Michael Saylor buys way more than that and doesn't move the fucking price for shit. So clearly, they're making people comfortable with the idea of like, this was a great opportunity to buy. Now, yes. I could be totally wrong. That's why I sold my long. I'm saying before I open any other position, I want to see an extreme move. I want to see either panic or I want to see greed. Right now, I'm in the middle of everything. This is just like my brain going like, there's this. Smart. Just take your fucking money home. That's it.
I closed my long as well just now.
It's
That's
smart.
a great point.
Because you have that 4-hour coming in an hour, so then you either just re-long on that reclaim, or you got out with profit and you avoided that bearish retest trap. Because like 112,000, the 4 hours above it, but I'm watching that carefully because that's what I need to really close above to get that bias to getting that move to 114,000. Under it, even on 4 hours, not going to equal that move. So, not a dumb spot to be cautious here at all. And visually, you can see all your wick lows. Now you've rallied right up to the top of that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And the same when this came down here, I shorted about this area, the 112 when it came down here. And I was down here and I was like in mega profits. I was like, this is crazy. I've never done, like it took 2 seconds. So I was like, this is crazy. I've never done that. And then it went up again. And everybody's like, what's this? And all of the replies by everyone were like, it was just a trap for idiots. I was like, all right, it's going to go back again. And I didn't sell my short. And this morning I cashed out right here.
Oh, damn. Yeah, so that's good.
Again, what really has helped me is seeing what we talked about on Friday. What is the chart telling everyone? What is everyone believing at this point? And why? And how can it be a trap? And just thinking about it that way has really, I'm going to send you guys an updated version of my trades right now because I got like maybe 2 more. I don't understand what's going on, but just playing that stupid game has really played well for my strategy. So maybe this is that, maybe not, but at least, I'm not concerned anymore about like, is it a bearish retest? Is it like a long? Well, I'm good. I got my $700 home, so I'll take it.
And even on the 12-hour, like you very easily can be bullish and still put in a bullish retest. So it's like not dumb at all. You very well could reclaim that SMA 200, come down, retest it, that price divergence, you long there, and then you go up. So again, there's no FOMO. Like that's what the 12-hour told me. There's just no FOMO here.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more. Thank you, sir. It's really, really fucking great. And I want to say, Mr. Farhano, Tesla, and Mr. Alexo, open.
Perfect.
I'm dying to see open door because I want to know if he continued to go up or not because everybody was like, oh, open door is making so much. No, I'm dying to see the door. Let's open the door to that possibility. God damn. These are like literally the worst jokes we've ever done in this podcast. This is terrible. We need Nancy Pelosi's tits back in here.
All I do is terrible jokes. Best you're gonna get.
Me too. That's as good as it gets. Thank you, señores. Ok, estamos viendo Bitcoin y por ahora, esto es lo que yo estaba viendo en la de 4 horas. Sobre todo, lo puedes ver en la de 12 y la de 4 horas, pero la cosa es, este punto es muy importante para mí porque aquí habíamos encontrado resistencia, caímos y una vez que lo rompimos, fuimos a altos históricos. Regresamos, lo retesteamos, altos históricos. Venimos, lo retesteamos, alto más bajo, y ahora caímos de él y lo estamos retomando. La cosa es, yo vendí ahorita mi long. Mi long vengo de aquí, o sea, de acá abajo, ¿no? De esta parte, ahorita. Fue lo que tomé esta mañana después de salirme del corto de aquí arriba. Y estoy viendo este promedio del 5 justamente acá, pero más del 5, esta línea meme. Porque arriba de ella explosiona la alza. Abajo de ella no hay. Esta es la primera abajo de ella. Y tuviste solamente 1, 2 cierres y este podría ser el tercero. Lo que te diría es esta vela. Voy a esperar a ver esta vela cómo cierra. Si esta vela llega a cerrar por debajo de mi línea meme en los 112,000, empezaría yo a pensar que esto va a ser para más cortos y va a dar continuación hasta los 108,000 o más para abajo. Si esto cierra acá, lo que yo estaría pensando, el punto más jodido para joder a todo el mundo sería más o menos que llegue a los 114, 150. Y eso normalmente me funciona. Fue lo que funcionó el viernes perfectamente para mi trade, que fue, no voy a ponerle lógica técnicamente a esta vela que subió hasta acá. Todo el mundo estaba diciendo, no va a pasar de este máximo. Entonces voy a usar esto para hacerle un corto acá. Y dije, no, eso es muy fácil, va a ser simplemente tu primer alto. Luego todo el mundo dijo, bueno, este alto definitivamente no lo pasa. Y dije, esto y esto los va a pasar simplemente porque jodería a todo el mundo quedándose en medio de este máximo y este máximo. ¿Y qué fue lo que hizo? Justamente. Entonces, ahora estoy viendo las tablas de otra forma. Y esto es lo que me ha ayudado bastante en mi sistema. ¿Qué es lo que más jodería a la gente? Y ahorita, en este momento, estoy seguro que todos ustedes escucharon que este dump de Bitcoin fue porque una ballena vendió 20,000 monedas y eso tiró todo el mercado. Michael Saylor compra más de eso. Y no mueve el mercado. Entonces, lo que está, y ahora, esto es como más o menos se vería lo que yo pensaría, ¿no? Todavía no se da y falta 1 hora para cerrar esta vela, pero sería este tipo de retesteo, pierdes y va para abajo. Esto es lo que nadie estaría listo para. Esto sería la jodida número 1, porque ahorita lo primero que vemos es el promedio del 9 y decir, güey, vamos instantáneamente a los 113 o hasta los 114, donde está el 34. Entonces, para mí, y ahora estoy fuera del trade, estoy esperando. Quiero ver cómo va a cerrar esta vela. Si esta vela llega a cerrar por debajo de esta línea meme, que está intentando hacerlo por ahora, esto es un claro corto para mí. Esto es un retesteo y vámonos para abajo. Si esto cierra por encima, voy a tener que esperarme otras 2 velas cerrar por encima de este nivel. Y lo están viendo ahorita, está jugando con esta idea. Ahora, ¿cuánta gente tiene una línea meme acá? ¿Quién sabe? ¿No? Pero está definitivamente jugando con esta idea en la de 4 horas. Además de que reforzaron a todo el mundo la idea. Esto es long, güey. Esto es un long porque todas estas oportunidades, ve lo buenas que fueron. Y no lo fueron tan buenas como todo el mundo está haciéndolo ver o creer. Y una vez más, la idea que le hayan metido a todos, la idea tan pendeja de que una ballena vendió 20,000 monedas y con eso hizo el precio caer así, ya, es todo. Ajá, ok. Este dump de acá me recuerda mucho al de justamente después de nuestro máximo histórico en noviembre 21 del 2000, lo que ha sido noviembre 21, noviembre 30, yo creo que fue 21 del 2021. En diciembre, entre el 5, 6 y el 9, Bitcoin tuvo un putazo para abajo cabrón. Y salió el héroe de todo el mundo, Nayib Bukele, a decirles, yo compré Bitcoin y no sé qué vergas. Aproveché la gran caída, idéntico que ahorita. ¿Y qué pasó? Ese fue el tope de Bitcoin y se fue a la verga. Ahora, no les estoy aquí diciendo cosas negativas y que esto se acabó y que corran todos, que los bebés y las tetas de todas las mujeres se van a prender en llamas. No estoy diciendo eso. Simplemente estoy diciendo, ten ese escenario también en mente, ¿no? Porque si todo el mundo está de un lado de un trade, normalmente funciona del otro, tal cual como lo hizo acá. Y lo más cabrón de este fue el más obvio de todos. En la de 4 horas nunca cerramos por encima del SMA 200. Este fue el short más fácil que he hecho en mi vida. O de los más fáciles que he hecho en mi vida. Así que voy a tener un ojo pendiente acá. Con eso dicho, vámonos a ver el índice de Bitcoin, ya que les metí una mareada de todas mis pendejadas. Aquí tengo esta línea meme, está más abajo que en la otra. Es más, la voy a subir para emparejarla acá. Esto es lo que me gustaría. Exactamente. Ahí está. Ok. Este es el otro round que esperaría los 114 que les había dicho. Lo voy a eliminar. Ok, por esto era el intercambio. Ahora estoy viendo acá. Si llegamos a pasar de los 113,700, muy probablemente vayamos por acá, los 114,600. Con eso dicho, vamos a la trimestral, como siempre, para empezar nuestro análisis de los Bitcoin, damas y caballeros, pintando una velita bastante potente a topera, pero recuerda, falta un mes y 6 días para cerrar esto, así que todavía nos queda tiempo. Y recuerda, las velas hijas de puta de Bitcoin son hijas de puta, no es esta chingaderita, normalmente si es una vela que te dice, ve a chingar a tu Mauser, cabrón, es esto. Por ahora todavía estamos bien. Ahora esta vela se vuelve roja. Eso quiere decir que tendría que bajar de los 107 y cerrar cualquier número por debajo de los 107. Eso ya se volvería una vela estilo este pedo. Y aparte roja. Y diría, ok, bless you. Y diría, tal vez esto va a reventar para la baja. Por ahora, continúa siendo alcista, tiene todas tus divergencias alcistas y tiene siempre la posibilidad de continuación, siempre y cuando cierres por encima de los $112,000 este mes. Tal cual, ahorita estamos $112,000 por encima, pero falta un mes y 6 días para ver dónde va a cerrar esto. Todos nuestros promedios están perfectamente en orden, del más lento, del más rápido al más lento, y teníamos esta volatilidad expandiendo que se está volteando por acá, pero no podemos tomar nada en cuenta acá hasta que cierre la vela, que de nuevo falta un mes para ello. Entonces, por ahora se ve bien. Si les pongo el HPDR, que lo hemos visto 1,000,000 de veces, va a ser estas mamadas, me voy a enojar y voy a decirlo una y otra vez, ¿no? Pero siempre es lo mismo, siempre es lo mismo. Vamos a ver. Vamos a ver, vamos a ver, vamos a ver. Ok, tenemos nuestra media en los $165,000 esencialmente. Estando acá donde estamos, nos debería de dar una más alta probabilidad de venir a los $165,000. Pero de no darse, los $91,000 serían el siguiente objetivo con nuestro promedio del 5. Y de ahí los $79,000, que es el 38.2%. Llegar a perder ese nivel nos llevaría más abajo, pero no creo que valga la pena decir absolutamente nada. Y podemos ver que el 61.8% va con esta línea meme en los $43,000. Por ahora no voltemos a ver ese escenario todavía. Vamos paso a paso, ¿no? Aunque se llegue a dar, vamos a ir paso a paso sacándole lana por cada movimiento. No se trata del movimiento grande, bla, bla, bla. No, porque te quedas demasiado tiempo atorado en un trade, te están cobrando fees. Y si estamos tradeando futuros acá todos juntos, a menos de que estés tradeando spot, es una estupidez y no puedes hacer cortos en spot, que yo sepa, más que estar en dólares. Mensual. Ahora sí, por acá tenemos la urgencia de poder cerrar por encima de 113,800 y de no poder hacerlo en esta vela mensual que todavía falta para el fin de esta semana. Vamos a ver nuestro siguiente objetivo que está justamente en donde está nuestra 9 mensual, en los $99,000. La primera cosa a romper va a ser nuestro promedio del 5, que está aquí en los $106,000. Y ahora, atentos, cualquier cierre por debajo de los 106,000, $105,000, nos diría que ya vimos el máximo histórico, bueno, el máximo local, y vamos a ir a buscar un fondo interesante. Y nos vamos a llevar en 74, ¿sí o no? Sería la pregunta a ese punto. Por ahora no tenemos que preguntarlo. Lo primero que deberíamos de hacer es poder aguantar esos 106, de ahí los 99. Eso es lo primero que estamos viendo y monitoreando en la situación. De poder cerrar por encima de los 113,800, su siguiente objetivo va a ser la media en los$159,000. Además, y no sé si vieron, Bitcoin está regresando y yo estoy regresando a pintar pendejadas. Bitcoin está regresando con su volatilidad por debajo del 15%. Esto nos dice que está preparando otro movimiento bastante agresivo. 2 semanas nos había dado esta volatilidad, expansión de volatilidad, ahora está yendo de lado y podría volver a regresar para abajo. Para poder confirmar que esto continúa su expansión o que se va a regresar para abajo, todavía nos faltan 6 días y 9 horas para cerrar esto. Lo que sí es, hemos venido a hacerle un front run al promedio del 9 justamente en la zona de los 110,000. Y al no haberlo tocado y continuado para arriba, nos dice que muy probablemente deberíamos de continuar si podemos pasar el promedio del 5 en los $114,000. Si no podemos romper los 114,000 a la alza, muy probablemente vayamos a caer debajo de los 110 y eso nos lleva a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 105. Y ahí nos ponen ese problema de, ok, ya viste el tope. Pero si no, de poder romper los 114, acá tienes tu media en los 133 en la de 2 semanas, con esa volatilidad con posible expansión. Semanal también tienes volatilidad nula, básicamente, preparando un setup de jamás, de aquellos explosivos que nos gusta ver. Estás justamente en la línea meme del tío Salo. La línea meme del tío Salo coincide también con la parte baja de la zona azul. Para cerrar esta vela todavía falta una semana, acaba de abrir literalmente. Y, ¿qué es lo que estaríamos buscando? Para empezar, no perder los 112,200. Estamos en 112 y a punto de perder los 112. Si podemos recuperar esto, nuestro siguiente objetivo va a ser la media que se encuentra. No, ¿esto qué es? El promedio del 5, no mames, me dio un mega episodio daltónico. Está en los 115 y nuestra 9 también está en los 115,300. De poder romper los 115,300, vamos a 128. Pero por ahora, de no poder ganarle a los 112,186, que es donde está mi línea meme, nuestro siguiente objetivo podrían ser los $108,000, que es donde está el promedio del 21 por acá, y de perder los 106,000 en el 50%. Atentos. 5 días. 5 días también estamos cayendo por debajo de la línea meme del tío Salo, pero acá nuestra zona azul está más abajo en los 111,885. En los 111,885 podemos ver que está en la parte baja de la zona azul. Venimos y rebotamos justamente nuestro promedio del 21, ya lo habíamos hecho antes de un solo golpe. Y atento, esto fue en junio, julio, agosto, han pasado 2 meses. Si lo venimos a volver a tocar, y esto es lo que quiero ver, lo venimos a volver a tocar, muy probablemente puedas ir para abajo y mínimo que te haga un SFP aquí abajo, entre el 34, que está en los 106, y el 21. Esa sería la jugada asquerosa, porque este movimiento en esta zona nos haría pensar a todos los que somos alcistas que ya la cagamos, a todos los que son bajistas que están bien, y luego haría esto, y luego esto, tal vez. Entonces tenemos que tener pendiente este escenario justamente acá de darse. Estamos una vez más, 111,960, un poco dando más confluencia a la estupidez que les dije antes. Vamos a ver cómo se da. Y también estamos preparando un setup de volatilidad potente en la de 5 días. Recuerden que estos son movimientos de 25 a 30%. Diaria, justamente estamos rebotando el promedio del 100, que para mi gusto esta es la trampa que te está diciendo, no te preocupes, rebotamos, porque yo aquí entré en estos longs y vendí mis cortos acá, ¿ok? Y esto simplemente no ha dado el rebote que nos gustaría ver. Este rebote que dio y el que haya salido la narrativa de, oye, brother, es que una ballena vendió, una ballena. Ojo, qué bueno que nunca ha vendido una ballena de acciones de Tesla ni nada más. Oh, güey, es que criptos diferentes, on-chain, necesitas poco volumen para mover. Ok, vale que sí. Esa narrativita pendeja me hace mucho pensar que esta es la oportunidad ideal para continuar el corto hasta los 100. Yo lo seguiría hasta los 109,500. Es lo que yo pensaría si es que se llega a dar este escenario, cerrando esta vela de 4 horas en 1 hora, ya saben. No, en 45 minutos, si es que se llega a dar. Y pues sí, es lo que estaría viendo. Ahora, de recuperar esta zona, podríamos ir a la parte baja de la zona azul mínimo en los 113,846. Y ya saben que después de los 113,846 tenemos los 114. 114 nos llevarían básicamente a nuestros máximos históricos a 127, 133, 133 a 154, 154 a 159 y 159 a 164. Vaya, qué memoria. ¿Quién me viera? ¿Quién me viera? No yo. Por ahora estamos aguantando el 50%, está en los 112 102. Está jugando un juego bastante agresivo esto, muy interesante, muy divertido. No les voy a negar esto. Y tal vez en un rato participe una vez más en este trade. Voy a estar viendo este cierre de 4 horas. Primero, 12 horas estamos en el S&P 200. El S&P 200 está en los 111,500. Para que sepas si esto va a valer verga, es un cierre debajo de 112,500, te da 2 cierres debajo del S&P 200. ¿Ok? Y eso te pondría para ir a la parte baja de la zona azul. Eso crearía el mínimo más bajo de todo esto. Esto haría que toda la gente acá probablemente no vaya a romper el precio con fuerza. Probablemente acá se aguante. Te haga pensar que vas a tener un escenario estilo este. Todo el mundo se suba en long y bolas, güey. Te vuelva a dar un retesteo después de perder esto acá y pito. Eso sería la jugada culera. Ahorita la más fácil es simplemente en long, a ver si te vas a los 113, 113 a 113, 800, 113, 800, 114 y ya de ahí para arriba. Esa sería la jugada. En la de 4 horas me da la claridad con este rechazo el promedio del 5. Y una vez más, faltan 42 minutos para cerrar esto y me gustaría ver cómo se mueven las bandas también. Voy a revisitar Bitcoin en 1 hora. Ahora, vamos a la dominancia de Bitcoin en putiza, que estamos viendo cómo está cayendo. Y la voy a poner una vez más en la mensual, tal cual. Les enseño de un lado, les enseño de los dos lados. Porque antes yo decía, estaba en el camp de que todavía no teníamos un breakdown oficial de la dominancia de Bitcoin. Yo creo que ahora lo empezamos a ver. Y ahora va a ser esencial. Te caíste del canal, ¿ok? Ya rompiste este canal a la baja. Todavía no cierras esta vela. Esta vela se podría dar la vuelta y vámonos para acá arriba. Ok. Pero por ahora empieza a parecer que esto sí es un breakdown. Y atención a todos. Esto no va a ser una en mi opinión, esto no es un alt season agresivo como los que hemos visto antes. Esto va a ser más Ethereum yéndose a $6,400 que cualquier otra cosa. Y en cuanto y lo que me lo probó fue este fin de semana Bitcoin cayó. En cuanto cayó el viernes, Ethereum subió. Y es lo que yo estaba viendo en este fin de semana. Porque yo me metí en long en Ethereum cuando Bitcoin estaba cayendo. Ethereum tenía este fue el viernes, toda la cara de querer seguir trepando. Y tuve mi take profit justamente en los 4,900, no les voy a engañar. Y de ahí me salí, no me metí a este trade. Pero yo creo que Ethereum, primer objetivo para mí son los 5,478 y mi segundo objetivo está acá en los 6,500. Y yo creo que ahí se acaba la fiesta. En lo que todo el mundo está diciendo, Bitcoin está cayendo, Ethereum está subiendo. Y ahora esto me da confluencia con lo que vivimos en el 2017. Porque en el 2017 Bitcoin tuvo el tope en esos $20,000 tan interesantes, ¿no? En ese entonces, que era una locura. Ethereum tardó como 2 semanas o un mes después para hacer su tope. Este rally me recuerda al 2017 más que el 2021. Y el 2017 tuvo un rally, vimos a Ethereum hacer estos all-time highs. Muy pocas cosas en Web3 hicieron números ridículos, muy pocas. XRP hizo altos históricos y pasaron 8 años de nuevo para esto. Este ciclo me recuerda más a eso. Y ahora, no estoy diciendo que va a ser lo que va a pasar. Yo qué puta madre sé. Simplemente lo quiero tener en mente. Siempre es bueno recordar la historia porque todo es cíclico. Todo es un círculo en esta realidad. Entonces, quiero ponerlo enfrente de todos ustedes también, porque sería mentirles que creo que va a pasar otra cosa. Otra cosa que les quiero enseñar es Solana sigue siendo rechazado por este punto. ¿Ok? Les voy a poner la semanal para que vean lo que yo he estado viendo todo este punto. Y aquí me arrepiento muy cabrón porque vi Solana en los 213, 211 y le quise hacer un corto y ¿saben qué? Me dio miedo. Y eso, he empezado a reconocer cuando me da miedo algo, me aviento como gorda de tobogán. Y cuando esto subió acá, me dio miedo y no lo hice. Este fue mi único error. Y ahora no fue un error porque no perdí dinero, pero este fue mi único error este fin de semana. El haber visto esto, sentir miedo y no tomarlo. Lección grande para el tío Salo. Por ahora voy a estar viendo Bitcoin en la de 4 horas. También pueden ver acá en esta tabla interesante cómo esto podría ser simplemente el rechazo de esta línea meme que estoy seguro en la diaria es donde se ve bien. Ni siquiera me había dado cuenta que tenía esto. Vean, SFP, después de este más grande, con nuevos mínimos, puedes venir tal vez hasta esta zona en los 114, 300 y rechazar, o tal vez simplemente ya rechazaste acá y vas para abajo. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo? Una vez más, zona de los 112. 112 tiene que aguantar primero en este cierre. Si aguanta arriba de los 112, y ahora quiero que tomen la de 4 horas. Yo no voy a ver nada más en la de 4 horas. Cierras arriba de esta línea meme en los 102.80 arriba, vas a tener probabilidades de mínimo ir a buscar el promedio del 9 en los 113. Pero de no hacerlo y cerrar por debajo, esta es 1, 2, y esta sería tu confirmación oficial de que esto va a tener más downside. Faltan todavía 38 minutos para cerrar esto. Y ahora, upside, arriba de 13, de 13, 13,800, 13,800, 114, arriba de 114 y 114,800, casi en los 120 de vuelta están en la mira. Pero hasta no pasar eso, estoy yo ahorita simplemente en medio de un trade que no voy a tomar. Voy a esperar a ver qué exactamente me da la de 4 horas. Voy a ver dónde está la probabilidad más alta de esto y simplemente voy a tener paciencia antes de tomar este trade. No voy a entrar como loco a meterme en algo que todavía no es claro. Sería una estupidez. Es más fácil reaccionar que cualquier otra cosa. ¿Cuál es la otra? Dominancia de Tether. Vean a Tether. Recuerden que Tether, si es alcista, es bajista para Bitcoin. Y en la de 4 horas, Tether es bastante alcista desde el miércoles pasado. Mínimo, un mínimo más alto. Y ahora aquí está haciendo un alto más bajo, pero está haciendo mínimos más altos. Y ahora, esto es una estructura de hombro, cabeza, hombro, inversa. ¿Ok? Y aparte coincide con este canalito. ¿Por qué es un hombro, cabeza, hombro inverso? Esto es, vean, voy a usar los patrones oficiales que te da TradingView para crear uno, ¿ok? Para que vean lo preparado que estoy. Es que vaya, güey, ¿cómo es? Espérenme, ¿dónde puta madres está? Head and Shoulders. Denme un segundo, perdón, ya saben que la neta no sé nada de esto. No uso eso jamás, simplemente porque lo puedes dibujar. ¿Dónde vergas está? Probablemente aquí arriba y ya estoy haciendo pendejadas. Trend, horizontal, vertical, parallel regression, disjoint, pitchfork. No lo veo, cabrón. Disculpen a mi vejez. ABC, aquí debe estar acá. Elliott Wave Cycle Times. Wow, no, de verdad que no está. Felicidades, Alejandro. A la verga. Se los voy a enseñar simplemente como lo debí de haber hecho desde el principio. Hombro. Gracias. Cabeza. Hombro. ¿Ok? Hombro. Cabeza. Hombro. ¿Qué es lo que pasa cuando tienes este tipo de patrones? Simplemente puedes medir este movimiento así. Del punto más bajo, en línea recta, a donde está el cuello. Y digamos que lo rompemos a la parte de acá. Y puedes ver hasta dónde nos llevaría. 4.96. Ok. Ese sería un movimiento de 12%. Si en Bitcoin se llegara a dar ese movimiento, voy a tomarlo en la zona de breakdown. Acá. No, donde está el precio. No voy a mamar. Nos lleva a los $98,000. Si es que se llega a dar ese movimiento. Pongan muchísima atención a este cierre de 4 horas. Y ahora, si esta 4 horas cierra aquí arriba, no canten victoria todavía. Y la razón por la que no puedes cantar victoria es porque vamos a necesitar 1, 2, 3 cierres por encima de esta línea. Porque igual y lo que va a hacer es la famosa gatada del a huevo, pito. Entonces tienen que poner muchísima atención. Si eres alcista, simplemente no te quieres llevar estos mínimos, si no quieres cerrar esta vela de 4 horas, por debajo de los 12,080. Si eres bajista, lo único que no quieres es romper 13,800. Es todo lo que tienes que saber en este momento. Ahí lo tienes. De acuerdo a lo que yo digo, ¿no, brother? De acuerdo a lo que yo digo. Uf, qué tentación. Y estoy acabando, entonces esto es mi... Ok. Vale, alrighty. Señor, what's next, Mr. Farhano? Tesla.
Tesla.
Let's see how the naziest company's doing. By the way, they're gonna have an incredible third quarter with all the fucking Cybertruck fake deposits that they took in and stole the money by telling everyone that you could fucking sell your car for more than basically what you paid for. So they stole $500 from me, basically. And they're like, we can't give you your money back. I was like, no. Thank God. But I bet you're going to have a monster third quarter. So thank you for that, because either way it benefits me.
Hey, you'll make a lot more than $500.
A lot more. So take my money. It's fine.
But make sure you're stealing everyone else's money too.
Oh, and well, some people got it back because they're influencers, and because I'm not, I didn't get it back. Just because I don't threaten them with it.
If you don't give it back to me, I'll post about it. Imagine being an influencer with millions of followers complaining about $500.
I know, it's fucking
You just look
stupid.
poor.
I'm just glad they took my money. Like I said, I know that more, like, their results are gonna be insane.
Hey, we can cross our fingers for that final spike up and then send it all to hell.
Let's see it, baby.
So on the quarterly, we are approaching massive resistance right now. We are getting a slight rejection from it at the median, sitting at right around 348, basically $350. And as long as we are below that median, we can't really be looking for any higher. But if we do get a closure of that median, that takes us up to the top 38.2% at a minimum. If you were to look last time, we went straight up to that 38.2%. And then the previous rally beforehand, where we went up to 38.2%, we got a nice wick up, but we did get a rejection, close below 38.2%. And then after that is when we got the real busting action. Going to that top 38.2% right now takes us basically around our current all-time highs, just a little bit below it at around like 436. All-time high is what, 488? So just a little below the current all-time high. But that's only relevant once you get a closure over that median. As long as you are closing below the median, if you close below the median, that'll give you a probability of coming back down and retesting this 38.2%, which would be another retest of this 9 EMA, sitting right around like $280. Depends on where we get that close. Looking at momentum, momentum is currently flipped to the upside, getting over the moving average, while volatility is now sitting at literally 0%, and the quarterly jewel is still giving us a buy signal, taking out this previous low, putting in hidden bullish divergence, and it's given us already two closures confirming that buy signal. Last time we had that buy signal on 1, 2, basically it was right around the macro top. We made a slightly higher high. How much of a higher high do we make on percentage basis? Let's see. Oh, that's pretty respectable, 60%. Never mind. Doesn't look like that much on the chart. If we were to take roughly 60% from this move, just for funsies, let's be fair and take it from this close. Brings us to slightly new all-time highs right around $500. That $500 number we've been looking at for a long time. Monthly is shifted to the downside, very deep within the bearish control zone. And if you know, every single time that monthly momentum has been in this area, it has been a macro low that led to a pretty nice bounce. Over here, we bounced up. Over here, we stayed in here for a decent amount of time. We actually went lower, and this time around on the momentum, this was in the 2022 bear market. Let's see, the time before that we went that low in momentum was right around 2019, right before COVID dump. So it is very significant to be this low in momentum. We're taking out this previous low by a significant amount, and price is putting in a higher low, giving us a possible hidden bullish divergence. Oh, that's interesting. It's very easy to confirm it as well. It will confirm with any close over $338, giving us weekly hidden bullish divergence, giving us a target of somewhere around this 38.2%, which is right now just below $400, around 390 to 400. With the jewel still giving us a bullish cross with the pink crossing above the yellow. We do have a sell signal on the opposite hand. If it is going to be bullish, this is where we would expect it to flip back around. You are starting to lose the curvature just a little bit on the sell signal, but it hasn't switched to neutral just yet. The confirmation will be when it switches to neutral, then you've lost that sell signal, and that bullish sign will still be in effect. 2-week is currently also flipped to the downside. Volatility is very close to expanding from 0%. Are we putting any divergences? We are putting in hidden bullish divergence by taking out these previous lows. While price is making a higher low, you would have to close over about $349 to confirm. That will give you a nice target of the 38.2%, right around $415. Lines up beautifully with my meme line. Weekly is currently flipped to the upside. Volatility is now expanding from 0%, and you are getting a nice buy signal on the jewel with the pink crossing above the yellow, and you are shifting once again into that light blue buy. Got some nice closures over the close over the median as well, giving you a target of that 38.2%, right around $360. Let's see. Last time we got a close over the median, where did we go? Right over here, we went to the 50%. And then over here, we went to 61.8%. That gives us a range between about 370 to like 390. 390 comes up again. 5-day also flipped to the upside, basically the same look as the weekly, targeting somewhere around that 50% to the 38.2%. I mean, 61.8% puts us same $390 area. Volatility is now expanding on the 5-day with momentum flipping to the upside, and we're getting also that 5-day buy signal on the jewel, just like the weekly. 2-day is also still flipped to the upside. Volatility is expanding to support it. We are technically at resistance right now, right at the edge of the bullish control zone, and tapping that 38.2%, which is at about like $344. Getting a close over that 38.2% is what gives us one of these type of moves, which took us up all the way up to the 88.3%, which right now is sitting just above $400, right around the meme line at around 410, 415. We are now slightly above that 38.2% by like a couple of cents. Look at the jewel real quick. Same similar buy signal on the jewel, entering into the bullish control zone. Daily is also flipping to the upside. Is it putting any divergences? Let's see. Not quite. Some slight hidden bullish divergence, but just a little far back. Volatility is very close to expanding. Daily jewel is now losing the sell signal right below the bullish control zone, and you're getting the bullish cross with the pink above the yellow. As of now, you would have a target of hitting that top 38.2%, which is sitting right around $352. Four hours now entering into the bullish control zone. Volatility is expanding. You're getting a buy signal on the jewel in the bearish control zone, getting above that 38.2%, getting a nice bounce off that 5 EMA. That should take you up somewhere around the 88.3%, which is right now at about like $360, $370. Go to the RSI, the relative stupidity index.
Wait. The relativity stupidity index, it's at all-time highs in this house.
It stays at all-time highs in this house. Makes
It
higher highs on a daily
every
basis.
day. Every day.
Quarterly still got hidden bullish divergence active as long as you're closing over about $214.25. Next target is that simple moving average, which is at a beautiful $505. And you are now getting quarterly volatility expansion as well with that hidden bullish divergence and the buy signal on the jewel. Monthly, not quite, nothing there. 2-week, nothing there. Weekly, nothing there. 5-day, nothing there. Oh, 3 days now putting in another drive of hidden bullish divergence. And that will confirm with any close over, let's zoom in, about $340.55. That will give us an easy target of the bullish control zone, which right now is at about 373. But the more relevant target, considering volatility is now at extreme lows, let's zoom in a little bit and just now starting to expand. That critical zone target is at 551. I like this number a lot. I'm very sexually attracted to that number.
Oh boy. Wait, which number is it?
550.
550. That is a nice number, actually.
It is. Mercedes used to use that for their high-end cars, but now it's like 463, 51. Like they've completely destroyed.
It's the Chinese that ruined it for us.
Who's running Mercedes these days? What are they doing? I see their cars every day. I'm like, what the fuck happened?
They started making that 4-cylinder S-Class for the Chinese market.
Oof. Terrible.
I don't know why those guys want an S-Class with a 4-cylinder engine. Just buy an E. You don't need the S-Class with a shitty engine.
Yeah, I don't know.
The purpose of the S-Class is for the comfortable ride.
Yeah, not a four-banger. It's not going to be smooth.
But hey, you can say you have an S-Class.
Oh, I have an S-Class. Oh, S-Class.
Nothing makes those Asians' underwears wetter than the Lexus, though. You ever seen an Asian dad buying their first Lexus?
They absolutely. Well, hang on. They absolutely love a Lexus. You're complete. Like, there's no point of debate here. But may I say, where I live, there's a bunch of very affluent Asian older gentlemen, and they all buy the new 7 Series from BMW. They all have it. Every time I see a new 7 Series from BMW, it's an Asian older dude driving one. They love that fucking thing, and it's horrendous looking.
Oh yeah, it's ugly as fuck.
Yeah.
On the inside, it's very nice.
I bet. But it's fucking horrendous. It looks like a coffin.
It looks like an alien from the front.
Also.
So this is a very nice sign to see for my 550 target is that we are starting to flip freshly up on the quarterly on momentum, rejecting the bearish control zone, and we are pointed up as long as we're closing over 211.50. And we're flipping to the upside with volatility now going into an expansion phase from basically the same area we started expanding from back in 2019 when we had one of the biggest busting action moves I've ever seen. This is straight up of about 2,474%. We're getting volatility expanding from the same area, and we're getting momentum going lower than we did at that point, putting in a hidden bullish divergence and volatility expansion, hidden bullish divergence. We had that same move right around here, volatility expansion, hidden bullish divergence. Although safe to say we're not going to do 2,000% this time around, because that'll put Tesla at like what $7,000, probably a little unlikely. Let's go to monthly.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
But Kathy Wood says 7,000 is too low.
Kathy Wood. God bless her.
Pretty sure she's thrown a 10,000 target around.
Dude, of course, because what does it fucking matter? She's like, in 2031, Tesla's going to be, because no one will remember. No one remembers what happened last year. She's a fucking G for doing that. You understand? Like, she knows how stupid we are. And then everyone's like, wow, Kathy Wood.
You know who made that strategy so successful? It was El Presidente, Mr. Trump. Because whenever they had a thing where he used to call publications and magazines as his PR agent, but it was really him. He was like, "Have you heard about Donald? All the beautiful women want him." I was like, "Obviously, it's you." They played it back. He was like, "That's not me."
He's like, "There's no way that's me." And let me tell you, he's a great guy. What a great guy he is. He's very handsome. He definitely has a big dick.
They're like, "Sir, that's you. That's not me."
That's not me.
God, I love that. Oh. On the monthly, we are now about to freshly flip back up on momentum, rejecting the bearish control, and also just like the quarterly, and we will flip back up as long as we close over about $298. Let's say about $300. just to round it up. And we're getting volatility coming right back to that 50% zone where we started expanding from in around October of 2024 when we hit our current all-time highs. We aren't quite putting any hidden bullish divergence because we didn't take out this low. We don't really need it. 2-week is also flipped to the upside as long as we're closing over about 269. Very nice number. Weekly is also now freshly flipping to the upside, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone with volatility at 4 periods of 0%. And we're going to be flipped up as long as we're closing over 332.50. 5-day also freshly flipping up with 4 periods of 0% volatility, and we're flipped up as long as we're closing over 337.50. 2-day is also flipped to the upside with fresh volatility expansion now, and we are going to at extreme lows, and we're going to remain flipped up as long as we're closing over about 343. Last time we started expanding from this level of volatility, we had a nice dump ski. See the previous time? This was a nice pump. How much did we go up from volatility expansion? But a nice 22%. Did end up going higher, but we made a nice higher low. So let's just take volatility expansion from this point and apply 22%, or just 20% to be conservative. Brings us to roughly that meme line of right around $415. Daily is also freshly flipped up, 2 periods of 0% volatility, and you're going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 338, 340, and you're rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone. 4 hours also flipped up, now volatility expansion from 4 periods of 0%, getting over that 15% number, getting now at 19%, and you are flipped up as long as you're closing over about 332.50. All right. So the higher time frames on Tesla are starting to shift around to the more bullish side now, with momentum flipping back up. Firstly, on the quarterly, rejecting the bullish control zone, bearish control zone, with volatility now going into an expansion phase. Monthly is about to also freshly flip back to the upside. 2 weeks flipping up. Basically, every single time frame now is flipping to the upside, all the way down to the daily and the 4 hour, which would tell you say that you're very likely going to continue from here at the very least to tap that meme line right around $360 to $370. And if you can get a daily close over about $370, then that should take you up to that meme line of right around 415. And very likely at that point, you are going to be putting in your higher time frame, playing out the higher time frame setups like the quarterly hidden bullish divergence with the volatility expansion. Likely does take you up to somewhere around that RSI target of $500 to $550. The invalidation right now is either getting a tick below about 200, and actually you don't have to go that low. You can use about $273.21, or a weekly close below about 297. Either one of those two things, then likely you're going to get a deeper pullback. Going to have probably retest somewhere around mid 200s, maybe lower. But I'm thinking right now you're going to test a little bit higher first, somewhere around that 370 to 390 area. And then if you can get above there, then somewhere around all-time highs. I'm looking at $500 to $550 based off of those RSI targets and those higher time frame volatility expansion with momentum flipping up. And now you're getting weekly as well, volatility set up with 5-day volatility set up, momentum flipping back up, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone. More of a posturing for continuation rather than a pullback from here. But I would be looking for a pullback somewhat soon, rather somewhere around 370 to 390. Whether we're bullish or bearish, I do think we're going to get a pullback there and then bust into new all-time highs.
Amen. A motherfucking man. For you, Mr. Farhano, Nubank, Nubank, the Warren Buffett bank that
New way to bank.
Is that what it is?
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
and it's NU. I think.
By the way, that's a great slogan, Alex. Like they should call you right now and fucking use that.
That's what I'm saying.
Right now, there's a company that has 30 women that are in their 30s, mildly obese, and some of them that are hot, that are sitting in a conference room trying to come up with a great slogan and charging Nubank hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. You just did all of their work right now.
And here we are on stream for free, giving
for free
the game. I mean, the game is the game.
Let me tell you, Warren Buffett is about to call.
Sir, we need your slogan.
Warren Buffett's about to call. Hello, who is this? What's going on?
Mr. Buffett, I'll take 5 Bitcoin.
Large try, big double. No, sir. Wrong person.
Wrong. And then you just hear how he shits his pants. Lucinda, bring me another diaper.
What's the ticker again?
New bank. Let me see. New bank.
Is it New Holdings?
I think it's
Yeah,
New Holdings.
New Holdings. I can tell by meme lines. Yep, this is it. There you got it. There you have it. There you have it, boy. Okay. Thank you, señor. That was pretty good and very easy to follow. Tesla, damas y compañeros, hizo lo que yo estaba esperando que hiciera la semana pasada. Este movimiento acá a la alza en ya 334, 344. Para mí, el nivel importante, y mucha gente es, no, güey, el nivel importante son los 330. Es este. Tienes tu primera cierre por acá, segundo cierre por acá, quieres este tercer cierre por acá. Esta es una tabla de 4 horas y eso nos dice por encima de acá, ¿a dónde vamos? Al objetivo que les había puesto la semana pasada, tal cual. Vamos a empezar obviamente esto con la trimestral para poder poner contexto y además quiero ver una cosa. Quiero ver cuándo fue que Tesla hizo tope en el 2000. Ok, octubre. Déjame lo pongo en la semanal. Quiero ver algo, perdón. Lo pudiste hacer antes, Alejandro. Esto hizo tope en noviembre del 2021. ¿Ok? El 1 de noviembre. Ok. Ahora déjeme ver algo más. 8 de noviembre. Ok. Y ponte tú. Esto fue en 2022 en enero. Entonces, básicamente todo noviembre, todo diciembre y casi es el 10 de enero. Ok, 2 meses después. Porque Tesla va a hacer lo mismo esta vez. Tesla va a hacer el tope primero, su tope, puede ser un tope alto histórico, puede ser local, se los dije, mínimo a 4.14 los estoy invitando a que esto vaya, ¿no? Y lo que les dije es, no sé si vayamos a hacer un alto histórico, podría ser, no tengo idea, me gustaría verlo, por supuesto, me convendría, pero de ahí Tesla sería el primero en tocar, el mercado podría continuar y Tesla darse la vuelta. Y eso diría también que los Bitcoin toparían más o menos por ahí al mismo tiempo, por lo que tal vez no hayamos visto el tope final más alto de los Bitcoin, pero vamos a ir uno por uno y vamos a separar todas las cosas para no volvernos locos, ¿ok? 3 meses, trimestral, podemos ver, cada una de estas velas son 3 meses para la gente que no lo sepa, y pueden ver, nuestro máximo histórico está en los $489, y esto lo hicimos en octubre, justamente en el rally, cuando todo el mundo dijo, wow, Elon es dueño de Donald Trump, esto va a irse a la gloria, y luego cayó, pum, hasta los 214, todo el mundo se desesperanzó, empezaron a intentar despedir a Elon, después rebotó y ahora todo el mundo está contento y ahora todo el mundo está diciendo que es que hemos rangueado acá por tanto tiempo. Y ahora se están quejando todos acá. Excelente. Por lo que eso dice que a Tesla le toca continuar a la alza. Hemos visto que Tesla, la mayor oportunidad que le ha dado a cualquier inversionista es en la trimestral, cuando venimos a tocar el promedio del 34, que es la línea blanca que está aquí abajo. Y esto lo hizo acá en los $100, esto lo hizo acá en los $140 y no lo ha vuelto a tocar desde entonces, que es mi hopium para mis siguientes trades, ¿no? Que por cierto, soy un animal, porque si hubiera puesto todo en 2.14 de todas maneras, para cuando esto llegue a darse la vuelta, si se llega a dar la vuelta, va a estar por ahí de los 2.14. Simplemente hubiera soltado toda mi bolsa en vez de una tercera parte. Pero bueno, para mis errores pendejos, ¿no? Hay una lista muy larga. Gracias a Dios soy el único que se va a juzgar a sí mismo cuando muera, porque si no, puta madre, no me acabaría todos los speeches de todos los que me vayan a juzgar a ese día. En fin, trimestral, tenemos altos, altos más altos, bajos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, y la tendencia continúa. Simplemente lo que estamos haciendo es rangueando en este momento antes de continuar dentro de la misma tendencia. Tenemos momentum apuntando para arriba y, por si fuera poco, volatilidad comienza a expandir. Ahora, esto no va a confirmar hasta que pase un mes y 6 días. Siempre se los digo, es muy importante entenderlo. ¿Por qué? Y esto es importante porque venimos también de uno de los, casi el punto más bajo de la tabla. El punto más bajo de la tabla nos dio ese movimiento de, puta madre, no sé cuántos X, fue como un 7X en el precio de Tesla cuando explotó a la alza de $200 hasta 1,200, un pedo así, luego hicieron el split. Estamos justamente por ahí con volatilidad expandiendo. Una vez más, esto podría contraer. Todavía no es oficial esta expansión, así que vamos a mantener un ojo por ahí pelado, pero momentum apuntando para arriba con posibles divergencias alcistas. Vamos a la mensual, donde ya por fin retomamos nuestro promedio del 9 y esto es bastante bueno. Estamos por encima de los 3.28. Solamente falta de aquí al viernes para cerrar esta vela. Con que cerremos tal cual donde estamos en este momento, tenemos una muy alta probabilidad de venir a los $370, como hemos estado diciendo, pidiendo, rogándole a Tesla que vaya a. Y esto podría ser simplemente invalidado con una caída por debajo de los $328 en el cierre mensual. Nos daría 1, 2, 3 cierres por debajo del 9 y eso me daría más preferencia bajista que alcista. De nuevo, falta aquí al fin de semana, ¿no? Apenas es lunes, tranquilos, no se me exciten, pero falta aquí al fin de semana. Con eso dicho, les voy a poner el HPDR en la mensual para que veamos dónde estamos, justamente chocando el 61.8% en nuestra vela mensual. El 50% está por ahí de los 373, junto a nuestra línea meme en los 370, y la parte baja de la zona azul está en los 387, que simplemente va a ser un trámite. Y de ahí, creo que sí va a ir a máximos históricos esta mamada, si es que no se detiene antes de tocar los 4.14. 4.14 yo creo que están básicamente diciendo los máximos históricos. Es lo que yo pondría. Tenemos volatilidad contrayendo ante este movimiento, pero tenemos momentum empezando a apuntar para arriba en todas las temporalidades. 2 semanas tienes también el brinco del promedio del 9, del 21, todo lo que tienes por acá. Y ese brinco te lo está dando con fuerza por encima, adentro de la zona azul. Falta todavía de aquí al fin de semana para cerrar esta vela semanal. Acabamos de empezar y nuestra media se encuentra justamente en los 358. Una vez pasando la media, vean la parte alta de la zona azul en la de 2 semanas, es nuestros 4.14, 4.13, 4.15, la parte alta. Así que este va a ser un trámite sencillo en los 370 para poder romper e ir a buscar esto. Una vez que rompamos aquí arriba, el objetivo común debería ser el 61.8%, que nos pone ya en básicamente altos históricos en 475. Nos quedaríamos $10 abajito, 14, 15 dólares abajito. Y eso me hace pensar que probablemente lo vayamos a romper. Ahora lo va a romper con fuerza y se va a ir a los 500 o se va a quedar ahí, va a rechazar. ¿Quién sabe? Pero sí tiene mucha cara que va con fuerza, con ansia y se gana en Francia con todo eso y que va para arriba. Ahora, la semanal nos dice que un movimiento bastante acelerado y potente viene. La última vez que tuvimos periodos de nula volatilidad fue en el 2018-2017. Entonces, esto nos dice que hay un setup de Hamas calentándose, un setup de Hamas, un setup explosivo a la alza, y así que vamos a esperar a volatilidad, darle con absolutamente Toño de Valdés. Para la de 2 semanas también cierra este fin de semana, la semanal obviamente cierra este fin de semana, y esto nos pone como objetivo una vez más los $358. Una vez que los pasemos, siguiente objetivo debería ser los 61.8% en los 393, y una vez que esté, una vez más, arriba de los 370, 4.14 es casi una invitación gratis, y ya, ahora, no estamos diciendo que esto nada más vaya a ser puff, y al chorizo, güey, qué chingón. Vas a venir para acá, probablemente tengas un retroceso a los 358, acá trepes, te quedes por acá, hagas un pedo así, por acá continúes, de acá se vaya por acá y de acá llegue acá rechace, haga esto y de ahí continúe. Nadie está diciendo que va a ser un viaje fácil, ¿ok? Y que va a ser sencillo y rápido y la mamada. Así que no se me hagan bolas con lo que estoy diciendo, pero este setup de volatilidad va a empujar el precio con demasiada fuerza. Diaria también tenemos periodo de nula volatilidad ante esta subida. Estamos viendo el subidongo pasando los 338 con fuerza. Nuestro siguiente objetivo van a ser los 352 y ya se saben el resto de la historia. Puesto sencillo, damas y caballeros. Déjenme quito el HPDR en putiza. Pongo esto por acá. Esto por acá. Tether está cotizando en $345. Una vez que te lleves este máximo de por acá en los 348, digamos 350, 370 es tu siguiente objetivo. Ahí es donde muy probablemente vayas a encontrar un poco de resistencia, probablemente para agregar a tu posición la oportunidad y nos lleve a los 350, más o menos 360. Ahí catapultarse por encima del 370, consolidar, reventar a los 414 y si llegamos a los 414, muy probablemente veamos altos históricos. Todo esto puede ser invalidado simplemente con cierres por debajo de 317, que es el promedio del 100 en la diaria. Eso ya no debería, en teoría, de ser roto. Si rompes los 317 a la baja y te llevas aparte este mínimo de esta vela en los 314, olvídalo, me equivoqué y esto no va a ir para ninguno de estos objetivos y vas para abajo. Pero por ahora Tesla se ve demasiado alcista y no hay más que rascarle, ¿no? Es tal cual. Sir, is Open Door going to make me a billionaire?
Maybe momentarily.
Well,
It
you
is
got to
looking,
open the door.
yeah, opening the door. Hopefully, it won't close
God
it on
damn
you.
it.
Just puts in perspective, down 98.72%. But, it's been having a great move up the past few weeks. You've actually had some major shift in structure here. And I do think Open Door actually has higher before maybe getting a pullback. Now, you see here, we've gotten above the weekly SMA 200. To me, this will always be the throwback spot. Now, for me, the easy trade now is just sitting on your hands and simply watching the $6.47 region, like $6.16 region. This should act as major resistance because I do believe you're going to have another major gap up here, just feeling this inefficiency of, essentially bears having such an easy move down this whole way. You often do get short squeezes when bears are just complacent, taking the easy trades. You will get squeezes like this. It's just more a matter of, is this sustainable or is this just going to fizzle out like we've seen before? Now, on the few points that I have here on the weekly, there is different things on this pump than other pumps. And firstly, the price structure of the weekly SMA 200. Very simply, as long as you are above this weekly SMA 200, you are going to be more bullish than bearish. Now, I do think that Open Door can easily move up to the $6 region from here. And that's just shown on this weekly reclaim of it's like $5, $4.97, like $5. This then acted as support, leading to a nice spring. Only area of support now is around $6. So moving forward, I don't think it's worth even looking for longs in this region. But rather waiting for a pullback and maybe looking to position around the weekly SMA 200. If you start moving up more, going into that $6 region, which should act as resistance, over the next few weeks, this very well could actually move this SMA 200 closer to the weekly EMA 9. Now, this will be significant because the weekly EMA 9 has been a major point of support through this entire rally. When you had that wick high rejection, right around that $4.96, you came all the way back down right around $2, actually under $2, $1.71 before hitting that weekly EMA 9 and moving up. So this isn't higher high posturing. This isn't a weekly uptrend. If Bitcoin's taught you anything, because I mainly trade Bitcoin, it's that you don't trade higher highs. You don't position long here. It's not like you're longing this. Because more often than not, you will form a higher low. And so with us getting back above that weekly SMA 200, this has already been proven its resistance. So any move down, I want to be looking at that as an opportunity zone. We know Open Door is very volatile, and it can make big moves up and big moves down. It's just going to be really dependent on if it holds above that $3.16, assuming this does end up moving around that region. We are also noticing that volatility is at extremes, and there's been multiple reads of this already. We have 3, 6, 7 weeks of 100% volatility. So that should tell you that, higher low around this region being formed should not surprise you. And really, as long as you are above August 4th wick low, this will be in higher low posturing. I really am just going to watch carefully around $3. I do think that you are going to retest this region and specifically get another shot at actually getting above and testing the weekly EMA 9. Now, I'll be wrong on this entire idea. If only the weekly 9 moves up enough to actually get back above the SMA 200. That'll be looked at as a really bullish. When you have a slow moving average cross above a higher time frame moving average, that's generally a very bullish sign, and that tells me that bulls are in control. You saw this weekly EMA 9 move above the EMA 100, pushing up past that, hitting closer to $3 before making the next leg up. So if you are looking to position, you should just be positioning always at the weekly EMA 9. And with this analysis, you're just kind of gauging these two spots here. So that's the weekly view. We're at extreme reads. More often than not on extreme reads, you will get some kind of chop, consolidation, and pullback. And as long as you are above, specifically August 4th wick low, this will be in higher low posturing. Very, nice chart if it can actually stick the landing and maybe potentially get a breakout here. Where will I actually call this potentially being a valid breakout and we're about to go up to double digits? Well, it's very simple. I mean, 2-week closures, we'll call it 2-week closures that bleed into the monthly above that $6.44 region will do it for me. If I extend these lines out here, you can just simply see here when you reach this region after a major pullback, you did get a nice reaction up, taking you right to $10. So for me, I have that 2-week EMA 100 quickly going back to the weekly. We're already above the SMA 200. So visually, if you've got, those 2-week closures above here, that would mean that you're getting consistent weekly closures above that $6 region. Brewing just a major move up to $10. Monthly, visually, again, just playing into that price structure shift at major resistance, though. This is why you don't want to be scaling longs right here, because that just doesn't make sense. It didn't really work out well here. And that's why it's just a lot better to play weekly trend.
That's a great view, dude.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, because you never hit the bottom right there and then you just go up and just like break the fuck out. Like you need to at least come down aggressively to exactly where your meme line is. I think the 316, to be honest with you.
This one right here.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying, actually. You had that wick high rejection. The only reason why I think $6 before even rolling over here is simply only based on the weekly, just closing above this wick high.
Oh, yeah.
Breakout, but yeah, 100%. And if you, let's say, went to 316, yeah, that would be the spot. The hopium is just that this moves down. You very well could roll over from here, get a pullback, SMA 200 holds, and the weekly 9 just moves up, kind of meeting price if you start moving up from here on, open door. But yeah, that's why for me, I just think rather you should wait, watch a rejection around here. If you go to $6.44, you're not positioned. And let's say you start rejecting hard, then it's like, great, cool. I've been waiting for this. I'm just going to wait for the higher low, get out all those late longs, grind out a higher low, and then move up. And then actually, yeah, on the monthly, that plays in exactly what you're mentioning here. Breakout, you get that. You see here, this 21 was resistance. So what? The aggressive traders are going to long the 34 and get the easy trade. Generally, that doesn't happen. When you get back above the 34, which in this case will be the first time we've ever gotten a monthly, knock on wood, potentially above that, I would actually generally want to see a test of the 21. So that'll give you more of an argument to going lower. But again, this is tinfoil hat analysis at this point because you've never closed it above this 34. So you have to really be watching that. But that still means that, okay, cool, if you do just retest the 34, that could mean you're going to around $4 from this point. At current price action, that is still about 29% move down from here. So You know, if you're getting anything from my analysis on Open Door, it's that you probably shouldn't have FOMO on this. You should just be waiting for that $3 region if you get it. Getting a bi-monthly close as well. This bi-monthly was held down really aggressively by this bi-monthly 9. The bi-monthly 9 is right at $2.50. Will be interesting to see where this shifts. Highly doubt it shifts all the way to 316. But if it can just move up to around that 260, 270, again, just gives you more argument to a move down before breaking out. But again, I'll be wrong on this. If let's say we get a weekly, 2-week, monthly close above $6.44, then I'll be wrong on the sense of a deeper pullback. Then we potentially just retest $5 before going up. But until then, yeah, don't long resistance. You've had an easy move up, beautiful, you know, busting action, green dildo party. But you don't want to be the guy when the music stops, you know, waiting for $10 and we roll over at 6. Won't be good. This has gone up 1,000% already. So, you know, very easily you can get a pullback. And you've seen this before. You broke out here, took out all the lower highs. This was your, you know, kind of, okay, is this trend shifting? We're now above all major moving averages. You would have been gauging a pullback here, and you would have been saying, okay, well, as long as you hold above, you know, specifically the 34, you're going to move up. That idea would have paid really nicely. You did hold above it. And even in the midst of this wick high, you came down, still hit support, held above before breaking out. A lot of shorts were probably trapped here. Because again, just easy trading, just short $5 essentially. And so that's why for me, I think a little higher before lower. But yeah, I mean, overall bullish chart. Let's see if we can stick the landing. I want to see where this monthly closes, and I want to really be watching $3 carefully. I'm gauging a 2-week higher low, and I simply just want to see that formed right around $3.16. That could mean that, yeah, you're going to pop back under $5. That will be kind of confirmation, because when you do reject $5, that's generally what takes you to $3. So watch that carefully. I'll be wrong on this if you just do this. You can just simply range. It's perfectly fine. Notice how it's either a range or a move down. It's not like, okay, you're going to range for a week and then move up to $10. No. That doesn't make sense when you're at two sessions of 2-week, 100% on volatility, extreme volatility, and 5 weeks. I believe that was 5 when we counted it. Point being, extreme sessions, multiple sessions of extreme volatility here. Often telling you, yeah, pullback, downside, more likely than not, even if you are the most bullish bullish bull, you'll want to look at a back. So yeah, that's all I have. Point is, just don't really be aggressively longing here. That just doesn't make sense at this point. Watch for that 316 throwback, and watch the weekly SMA 200. If that does end up shifting down to that weekly 9, you know that the weekly 9's been holding. No need to overcomplicate it. Use that as confluence, as maybe a spring, if you get those 2 major moving averages lining up.
Yes, indeed, senor. Thank you so much. Now we got IXHL for you. IXHL. Let me know if that's...
Yeah, Incanix Healthcare.
Yeah. I'm sure you have meme lines on it, no? Because we've done this before. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Nice. Just making sure it's the right one, because I hate the capital I. I never know if it's a fucking L or just a capital I. So good. It is indeed. Perfect. Open Door. Qué interesante está esta tabla, honestamente, sobre todo considerando que esto tiene que ver con bienes raíces, ¿no? Y que todo está en la mega mierda, pero bueno, esto está explotando a la alza. Como todo, el mercado gran irracional, hijo de puta. Vamos a la mensual en putiza, y la razón por qué es porque vamos a tener que analizar esto en rangos más pequeños. Voy a poner esto honestamente acá. Rápido, déjenme pongo mis...
Sorry to interrupt. Bitcoin did close the 4-hour above support.
To me, it closed below the 5 on the 4-hour.
Oh, you're watching the 5 meme line support. I'll say that at 112,000.
Here, hang on. Was that this one? I think so.
Yeah, closing above the 5 would have been nice, actually. That would have been easy.
Look at this fucking dickwad move. Now, is this going to be like the expansion to go like for real up, or is this going to be the trick, not get past this high? I think this high is going to be everything right now. You got to take it out. You
Just
have
give me
to.
that 8-hour retest of the 200 SMA, and I'm happy for my short.
Right here at 13,900.
Yeah, right around that zone. I'm gonna use that wick high as my stop loss.
Yeah. You need to take this bitch out because right now the 4-hour, this was a very ugly close. It's unreal that he just can't get past the 5.
The 5,
how
yeah.
weak
That's
is
why that
this?
would have been an easy trade. Aggressive lower time frame traders are just looking to the left and saying, well, the dotted line closed above, generally moved up. I'm just going to long there. That's why for me, I'm not posting Academy longs until the daily. The daily will give us more data. But aggressive traders will definitely trade off that 4-hour close.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
We'll just see.
Open door. Thanks for the update.
Mhm.
Ok. Open door. Habíamos dicho altos históricos por acá. Tenemos esta excelente resistencia o soporte en los 11.22, que una vez que lo rompimos a la alza, llegamos a máximos históricos en $39. Una vez que lo rompimos a la baja, nos fuimos a máximos bajos de toda la historia en la tabla. Ahora, ¿qué pueden notar instantáneamente? Varias cosas. Una, nunca el promedio del 21 en la mensual, nunca lo habías tocado. O sea, esto no lo tocó, no lo tocó, lo tocaste acá y ahora reventaste al alza. La primera vez que también, el primer set de veces que tocaste el 34, estás por encima de. Normalmente, ¿qué pasa en este estilo de situaciones? Normalmente en este estilo de situaciones quieres buscar dónde está el breakout. El breakout, no mamadas. El breakout de esta tabla podríamos argumentar que es el 9, porque hemos estado por debajo del 9 todo este tiempo, pero el 9 lo hemos retomado y hemos caído. El 21 nunca. Para mí el 21 sería la zona más importante para el retroceso y sería más o menos por acá, por este rango de acá en los 244. Y es justo lo que estábamos diciendo. En este momento, si estás viendo Open Door, después de esa gran caída, pero este gran pompazo, que por cierto, es un súper pompazo. Y otra cosa que notas es también, quiero ponerlo enfrente de todos ustedes, es esto. Nunca en una tabla, casi nunca, el patrón de fondo de una tabla no es haces fondo y revientas al alza. Normalmente es un hombro, cabeza, y acá debería ser otro hombro. Y este hombro creemos que debería venir a buscar por acá. Ahora, puedes venir y simplemente consolidar precio por encima del promedio del 34, y eso sería, un segundo, y eso sería por encima de los $4, por acá, que también es una zona válida de interés. ¿Por qué? Porque puedes ver que por encima que nos dan estos fake outs, y acá tienes otro, ¿no? Y una vez que rompes, es justamente acá, los 650, esto yo diría es la que sigue. Espérenme. Acá, en los 680. Una vez que rompas los 680, vas a poder ir a buscar esos 11. Pero por ahora, lo que tiene más sentido para esto, a menos de que, por cierto, esto simplemente continúe a la alza y reviente y reviente y reviente, por ahora tiene sentido que tengas un retroceso. Por lo que hacer un long en estas, meterte ahorita, entrar aquí, en mi opinión y en la opinión de Alex también, más bien la opinión de Alex que le estoy robando, sería un corto. Digo, sería un gran error. Por ahora también puedes ver que en la de 2 semanas estás en contra del promedio del 100 y lo estás superando. Una vez más, es la primera vez que lo tocas en toda la tabla. Tienes ahora tu promedio del 5 cruzando por encima de todos los promedios lentos, pero te falta todavía el 100. El 21 y el 9 todavía siguen tal cual con el 34. Esto todavía no se cruza lo suficiente para decirnos que lleva demasiada fuerza. Yo le haría más preferencia aquí a un corto que a un largo, pero bueno, cada quien va a hacer de su vida el papalote que guste y volarlo a donde quiera. Déjenme borrar estas chingaderas. Es más, ¿saben qué? El retroceso vendría a esta zona de los 217, 250, que es del fondo al fondo que había hecho antes, y si consideraras que esto fue un SFP entero, esto tendría que regresar acá, 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 y de acá crear tu otro hombro, cabeza, hombro, y eso ya te podría dar el empuje a empezar a intentar buscar números mucho más altos, mucho más altos. Semanal. Semanal tienes un cruce plateado. Cuando tienes un cruce plateado, ¿qué es lo primero que decimos en ETA? Que tienes que venir a retestear, ¿qué? El promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 está en los 2.69. Una vez más, agregando confluencia a esta zona. Yo creo que no lo tienes que acercar más. Lo voy a poner en la diaria, pero solamente por diversión. En la diaria tienes ya todos tus promedios bien organizados, bien en orden, esto se ve bien, etcétera. Pero es un poco de lo mismo. Tienes simplemente este breakout. Tu primera zona donde toda la gente agresiva se va a intentar meter es acá, en la zona de los $4. Segunda zona donde la gente agresiva se va a meter va a ser los 3.10. Y donde personalmente pienso que la oportunidad de oro está en esta zona. En los dos, entre los 2.16 a los 3.13. Entre $2 y $3 es donde ahí yo me esperaría, si estoy interesado en esto, para agregar. Ahora, para abrir un trade. Si estoy agregando a mi posición, podría agregar poquito acá, más acá y mucho más acá. Es lo que yo haría. Pero por ahora, Open Door está haciendo altos, altos más altos y bajos más altos. Lo único que falta es simplemente, técnicamente hablando, estos retesteos importantes de zonas que estás rompiendo, empezando con el 34 en los 4.3 y sobre todo el 21, justamente en esta zona de los 2.44. Eso es lo que yo esperaría para el retroceso. Ahora, ¿esto se puede ir a máximos históricos de golpe, pum, y nos vamos todos a la chingada? Sí, podría. ¿Lo va a hacer? No tengo ni puta idea. Pero es donde estamos viendo esto. ¿Dónde sabemos que estamos mal? Güey, te llevas los 6.87 a la alza y probablemente vayas a los $10. O sea, ya al Chile. Pero hasta entonces, por ahora esperaríamos un retroceso. Y los retrocesos podrían ser a los 4, a los 3 o a los 2.50, para que lo tengan en mente. Y ahí lo tienen. Mr. Farhano, what's next? You're doing Nubank. Mr. Warren Buffett's bank.
New holdings. I have some new holdings to show you.
God damn. We are really elevating the game, son.
You gotta throw in the uncle jokes,
Yeah, of course.
the Theo jokes. How do you say joke in Spanish?
Chistes.
Theo chistes. There you go.
Chistes is chistes de tío.
Chistes de Theo.
There you go.
Do we have enough data for a quarterly? No, monthly is good enough. So monthly is starting to flip out of the bearish control zone, flipping to the upside, getting right around that moving average where volatility is very close to starting to go into an expansion phase. And if you look at the jewel, this is the first time ever we're getting a buy signal on the monthly jewel. It goes along with reclaiming that bottom 38.2%. If we can get a solid closure over that 38.2%, it'll give you overwhelming probabilities that you're likely going to go to that top 38.2%. Not as that overwhelming, actually, 61.8%. Pretty good, but 1 out of 3 times it is going to fail. But you will likely hit that area of around $19. Let's see, the last time, let's see if we have a comparable example. No, we didn't really get below 38.2% before. Here's one where we sort of similar where we bounced off the bottom 38.2%, took us to the top one. Do we have one that we reclaimed it? Not really, because this is the same one where we stayed maintained within it. So probably have one in the lower time frames though. Let's go down to the 2-week. 2-week is now already reclaimed that bottom 38.2%, getting over the top one now. That's at about $14. Let's see the last time we closed over that. That was right over here, took us up to the 61.8%. Closed over here, took us also to 61.8%, then went up to the 78.6. That would put us somewhere around about $14.89 at the 61.8%. 78.6 would be ever so slightly new all-time highs at around $16.26. Current all-time highs is like $16.50. 2-week is now about to enter into the bullish control zone on momentum with volatility just now starting to go into an expansion phase. Let's see if there's any divergence present. There is some bearish divergence present, however, because you are taking out this high here, while momentum is making a lower high. But you'll have to close below about $11.89 to confirm that. And if you do confirm that divergence, it will give you an easy target of somewhere around this meme line, right around like $10.50. Weekly, it's also positioned to the upside, getting close to the bullish control zone with volatility going into expansion. Weekly, Jules losing the sell signal, and you're getting that pink crossing over the yellow. Let's see if there's a higher low in price. There is indeed a higher low, so you're getting hidden bullish divergence from the Jewel as well, getting right around that 38.2%. Once you close over $14.27, then we should see a nice move up into somewhere around that $16 to $17 zone, which is like the 78.6 to the 88.3% area. Go down a little. 5-day, basically same exact look as the weekly. Same momentum, same volatility, same Jewel signal. 2 days positioned a little high, a little in the momentum zones around 80%. Volatility is getting a little high. This thing likes to go somewhere around high 80s, so maybe you can see one spike higher. Jewel still giving you a buy signal, and if you do see a spike higher, I'd be looking somewhere around the 88.3%, right around $14.80. Somewhere around here is very likely going to be at least a local top for some sideways consolidation, if not a little bit of a pullback, considering how extreme you are getting into that HPDR zone. Go to daily. Daily is now getting very extreme at momentum, getting to the 95. Volatility is getting to 95. You're tapping the 95% of the HPDR. Maybe you could see one swipe higher to that 1480 area, but somewhere in this zone, very likely you are going to get some consolidation at the least. You are getting a fresh silver cross to the upside. You still have not tested that 90 EMA yet. Likely you're going to get some type of consolidation and maybe a grind out a higher low here while the 90 EMA gets pulled up, and you can get a test of it, or you can just jump down to 1380. A little unlikely that you'll just jump straight down to 1380. And if you do jump straight down to 1380, it's probably going to be one of those silver cross retests that goes down to the 21. You do have a little bit of a gap. I don't think you're going to fill this gap fully. More likely it's going to be a trap. Look at the Jewel. Daily Jewel is very close to giving us a nice buy signal too. That'd be great along with that trap of the gap. Hey, it rhymes. Trap of the gap. 4 hours flipping back up on momentum. Volatility is flipping back up, putting in some bearish divergence possible in the 4 hour, however. But you will have to close below about $13.49 to confirm that. If you do confirm it, you're likely going to come somewhere around $12.90 to retap the silver cross at the 55 EMA. Let's go to RSI. Monthly's currently got 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, which will be active as long as you're closing above about 1171. Next target is that simple moving average, and then the bullish control zone gives you a target somewhere between 1830 and $20. Volatility is now going into expansion on the monthly as well with that hidden bullish divergence. Let me see if we get any interesting numbers. About $20, very cool. Lines right up with that bullish control zone. 2 week currently not invalidating the hidden bearish divergence. What would that give us? Target of bullish control zone is at $18. I like that number. Nothing. Daily's got 3 drives of bullish divergence. Very interesting to see. The next target is that critical zone. Right now sits at about $15, 1533. 4 hour, nothing. 2, nothing. Let's go to momentum. All right. Monthly is now getting that volatility expansion with monthly momentum freshly flipping to the upside, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 1077. Very nice to see that volatility expansion with the fresh momentum to the upside. We're taking out all of these previous lows on momentum as well, while price made a higher low, giving us monthly hidden bullish divergence. 2-week is also now getting volatility expansion with momentum pointed to the upside, and we're pointed up as long as we're closing over $12.40. This is a strong chart. I can see why Mr. Warren Buffett is involved.
Oh yeah, he loves money. That's why.
Weekly is now also getting volatility expansion from below 15%, extreme lows. Momentum is freshly flipping to the upside, rejecting the bullish control zone. Bearish, getting out of the bullish control zone, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over 1348. Very nice to see volatility setups across the board. 5 days, well, volatility expansion from below 15%. Momentum freshly flipped up as long as you're closing over 1353, and 5 days putting in some hidden bullish divergence.
Bless you.
Thank you. 2 days also starting to give volatility expansion, getting nice volatility number 69%, and you're gonna be fuck. I had a little itch in my throat.
Probably a little pube stuck in there.
No, yeah, definitely. 2-day volatility is at a very nice number of 69%, and you're going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 1237 or 1231. I don't know why I said 7. Daily is getting volatility expansion as well from 0%. Momentum is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 1352. 4 hours also flipped up. That's interesting. I thought this would be flipped down based off of the HPDR extremes. But volatility is contracting while momentum is pointed up, and you're going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over 1410. And the 2 hours flipped up, very close to flipping down, however. It will be flipped up as long as you're closing over 1440, and you're just now getting volatility expansion again on the 2 hour. Maybe we do see that spike to 1480. Hourly is currently flipped down, but it's just about to flip back up. So very likely we'll see that final spike. On the higher time frames, this thing is starting to look quite bullish. You're getting momentum starting to freshly flip back up, putting in hidden bullish divergence on the monthly. You're getting fresh volatility expansion with that hidden bullish divergence. You're getting volatility setups on the 2-week, the weekly, the 5-day, all with momentum flipping to the upside. You're getting to little extreme areas on the HPDR, but with 4-hour momentum still pointed up, with volatility now going into expansion on the 4-hour, 2-hour with momentum pointed up. Kind of does seem like to me like we're going to tap that 95% zone of the HPDR, which is right around that $14.80. However, somewhere around $14.80 to $15, very, very likely is going to be a local top because of how extreme you're getting on momentum, on volatility, on those HPDR ranges. Likely you're going to get some type of consolidation and pullback there. And then while the ranges can step up, and then from there I would expect to run at new all-time highs. The invalidation right now for the move up is going to be basically we can use a tick below about $9 or a weekly close below about $11.90. Either one of those two things, and very likely you're going to see a more deeper pullback and probably break these lows. Until then, though, I am quite bullish on this thing. I think it's going to get maybe one more spike up, some consolidation, and then run these $16 all-time highs.
Oh, let us go, motherfuckers. 1 second. There you are. Okay, and for you, Mr. Farhano, right after this, we got Oscar Health.
Oscar Health. Let's check out Senor Oscar.
But and can Oscar's I say, Health. A big shout out to my boy Oscar, who's asking for Oscar Health, and I hope he's just not looking at charts that have his name on it. It's the only piece of financial advice I can recommend anyone. Just don't look for charts that have your name on it.
I'm going to be buying the next chart which has my name on it.
Good luck finding a Farhan chart in the US stock market. You know what? Let me see. 1 second. Now, since we're in that thing, there's not a single one with Alejandro.
Oh,
hey, no. There we go. It's close. Close enough.
It's close. Foreign Sugar Mills. Let's see. Do you think your chart's going to be bearish or bullish?
It's going to be bearish as fuck.
Let's see.
Yeah, I was right.
It is bearish.
But it's kind of like putting some bullish, right here. Look, it could be worse for sure. Yeah, I think it's
Just like me, it could be worse.
There you go. And then is there Alex? There you go. Alexander Baldwin. It looks just like Farhan's chart too.
Yeah, it does.
It's shitbirds.
It's very weird.
And
This
it's
is
just-
very weird, boys. All right, let's do Oscar Health after this. Boy, and Alex, you're doing IXHL. Perfect.
Nice.
Ok. Tenemos Nu, la empresa en la que Warren Buffett invirtió. Lo vamos a ver empezar desde la semanal porque esto salió justo en diciembre del 2021, como todos los grandes IPOs. De ahí tuviste, pum, un intento de regreso justamente cuando el mercado topó en febrero del 2022 y de ahí pito. Se fue hasta los $3 cuando había tenido un máximo histórico de 12.24. En este momento estamos por encima de ello, estamos en 14.31 y habíamos dicho por acá, ¿no? Esto es ese tipo de consolidación súper alcista que nos gusta ver y tenemos un objetivo. Recuerden, este es un patrón de tasa y agarradera, ¿no? Y una vez que rompes la tasa y la agarradera, básicamente vamos a ver qué tipo de número nos da. Vas al punto más bajo del precio, que es esto, en línea recta a donde rompería, que es justamente acá, en los 12.23, y de los 12.23 te debería llevar, o sea, ya bien puesto por acá, a los $21. $21 sería mi siguiente objetivo. Y es más, voy a poner una línea meme acá para que sepan, firmado por el tío Salo. Eventualmente vamos a llegar ahí, no estoy diciendo mañana. Además, tenemos momentum, volatilidad que había llegado al punto más bajo de la tabla y tienes esta expansión de volatilidad. Esta expansión de volatilidad todavía no está... Tienes 1, 2 periodos y este sería el tercero, el de ahora. Y fue ante un velazo verde, otro y otro. Así que está más ayudando a la alza que no, pero también no es tampoco tan evidente y explosivo el movimiento. Vamos a ver acá. Con el HPDR también pueden notar, estamos entrando en la zona azul. La zona azul está arriba de mi línea meme acá, que es un poco invisible. Voy a alargarla. La línea meme, no me voy a poner contento ahorita en el... Y esto básicamente es la parte baja de la zona azul, que es donde yo esperaría retroceso si es para agregar a la posición. Y de acá lo que tienes más probabilidad es de ir a los 15.85. 15.85 te pone en alto histórico. No, pero te pone muy cerca de alto histórico y eso me haría pensar que una vez que toques los 15.85, vayas a estos $19 tan deliciosos. Y en la parte alta. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas tenemos volatilidad también expandiendo. Tenemos que esperar a que confirme el cierre de esto. Me imagino que va a cerrar esta semana. Sí, este fin de semana va a cerrar y vas a saber. Venimos de la parte más baja. No, pero está muy abajo comparado con todos los demás. Así que esto podría ser un excelente setup de volatilidad para poder empujar el precio a donde tiene que llegar, tal vez hasta este 88.3%, aunque a Nu le gusta llegar al 100% en el HPDR, 100% está en 22, 97% en 20, justamente un promedio de mi línea meme, así que yo sí lo esperaría que llegara por ahí. ¿Qué tan rápido? Veremos. Por ahora, la gente que está en Nu, definitivamente, si perdemos los 13.97, esperarías que aguanten los 13.43 y el peor escenario sería justamente la parte baja de esta vela, que es donde está el promedio del 9 y también la media del canal en los 12.79. Ahora, yo no creo que vayas a retroceder hasta acá, pero todo es posible, ¿no? Técnicamente hablando. Semanal. Semanal también tienes expansión. Déjame pongo el 15% acá. Un segundo. Tenemos 15% y es también de la zona más baja de toda la tabla y tienes expansión oficialmente ocurriendo por acá en volatilidad en la semanal y te está dando este movimiento agresivo a la alza. Siguiente objetivo es el 61.8% en los 15, justamente arribita de mi línea meme. Y de ahí, de poder romper, estás hablando ya de altos históricos más o menos por ahí del 78.6% y definitivamente en el 88.3%. Uf. Potente el movimiento acá de New Holdings. Y en la diaria nos dice que tal vez vayamos a tener un poco de consolidación, pero déjenme ver si sí, a esta madre le gusta ir extremos. Entonces, antes de pensar que no vamos a tocar los 14, yo esperaría que en los 14 es donde empezar a consolidar más o menos por acá antes de continuar
al siguiente objetivo que deberían de ser los 16.51. Lo único que quieres hacer es simplemente entender que tu zona de agregas, de dónde agregar, está por acá en el 78.6% y acá tienes un gap, ¿ok? Déjame quito el HPDR para hacer esto claro para todos ustedes. Con volatilidad expandiendo en todas las temporalidades, momentum apuntando para arriba en todo. Este gap va a servir como una trampa. Si llegas a ver un retroceso de esta zona, cuando venga acá, todo el mundo va a decir, güey, va a venir al gap a cerrarlo y pito, güey. Así que yo pondría, si estoy agregando esta posición, acá, en la zona de los 13.44. Esa es mi zona interesante. ¿Por qué? Porque también es tu zona de breakout. Intenta, no puede, intenta y bolas, ya rompió a la alza. Esta es la zona donde va a regresar el precio. Denme un segundo para ver si existe algo más que nos diga. En realidad, los 14 por acá, los $14 sería la primera y la mejor oportunidad serían los 13.46. Ahora, se da el gap, sería la oportunidad del siglo porque estos mínimos están más abajo de esto. Y estaríamos equivocados si te llevas estos mínimos en los 11.92, 11.90. Pero esto es alcista y tiene muchísima fuerza. Así que nada mal, déjenme agrego esto. Bueno, no tengo por qué. Está en los $16. Alrighty. That was very simple. It's such a short chart in a way. What's up with IX?
Pretty easy.
Yeah. By the way, you saw that Roblox fucking pumped, of course, again?
Really? Robert Locke stays winning.
Of course. Robert Lux and all the pedophiles. Dude, come on, let's go. Pedophilia in America, baby. Let's go. There should be like awards for there should be pedophile awards. Like just have it on the open. Why hide it?
They do it for porn stars.
That's what I'm saying. Why not just go and be like, all right, and now we got Bill Clinton giving the pedophile award to whoever's gonna win the rape of the year. The rape of the year, and the nominees are, and then they have Diddy and all these other people. That'd be incredible. Would be a very classy night.
Oh yeah, literally
watch
did go up 12%. That's maybe you're honest,
sir.
Damn.
You gotta have Bill Gates there too.
Oh, dude, he's actually hosting the show and getting at the end like the biggest award. So
yeah, you have it. You everything.
Yeah.
So we looked at the chart IXHL. I don't know when we talked about a scenario here, which kind of played out. You had a move up, which was rejected off that 21 on the weekly. You then came down, put bullish structure, had another move up, hit the extremity resistance, had an aggressive dump down. But again, you're just putting in bullish structure and you're potentially going to get another shot at major resistance. I thought that was interesting because it kind of played into what we wanted, actually. I got the move down, and so now we're just waiting for the busting action move to $2. Let me delete this, and let's look at exactly what is occurring here. Trading view is a little slow, so hopefully it's not too laggy for other people. You see here the weekly EMA 34 is right up against that 83-cent resistance. This is always going to be a big zone on any chart because this is really what separates bulls from a major green dildo party moving upward and right. It's going to be important to really see this 83-cent region get, in my opinion, reclaimed on a weekly close. You see you got to reclaim and you just could not hold the throwback. So if you do end up getting that busting action move, you should be, again, looking for a throwback that actually solidifies this into support. Had many rejections here, specifically on the weekly. So it's going to be really crucial for bulls to actually flip that 83-cent region into support. Alongside that, you will, put in a price structure shift here by getting back above the EMA 34. Now, getting back above 83 cents isn't just now we're going to move up. You have to take out July 21st wick high. It's going to be very crucial on this weekly wick high. You need to take this out to actually solidify this being an uptrend. You have potentially a higher low, you potentially a higher high. You just need that higher high break, taking out this last higher high, solidifying this being in a weekly uptrend. Now, we talked about $2 being the spot. That still is the case. If you get closures above $2, this will potentially give you a measured move all the way to around $3.15. Maybe even testing around $3.70, closer to that weekly EMA 100. So I understand there is hopium here for this to actually break out, move up, but it's just going to all really lie on that 83 cents getting reclaimed and then taking out this wick high. You do that, then you have an actual weekly uptrend that you can play with. This is just still hopium. I mean, this wick high, yes, did take out the last major lower high, which was here. Lower high, lower low. You took it out, maybe a higher low. And that's why it's just crucial to take out that $1.65 wick high. Now, the monthly kind of tells you, again, kind of what the weekly is saying, which is 80, right around that 83 cent region is major resistance. You do see that monthly 9 is coming right around that, closer to 90 cents. It's 91.70, so 91 cents, closer to 92 cents actually. That's still major resistance. There's no reason to complicate things with this chart. What has bears simply had an easy trade? Well, the easy trade's always been the monthly 9. Now for them, bulls, that has come really far down, now all the way to around 91 cents. So if you are a bull, you're watching for that weekly 34 leading to a really good monthly close. If you get back above this monthly 9, notice where that EMA 21 is. It's a big zone. You have that $3 region lined up really nicely with the 21. That's solidifying that, yeah, this should be the extremity high. This should be where you really do start watching for maybe a new range to form. Very well could be like this, where you just range, and this would still be bullish. And this would actually give bulls maybe the upper hand on resetting monthly BBWP, which is at 3 sessions of extreme reads. What occurred here when we had 3 sessions of extreme reads on the monthly? Let's see. Oh, well, just look at that. You rejected the monthly 9, and then from this reset, which granted didn't fully reset, I mean, came to 69% for the culture, you still had a pullback. Then you moved up, and then it reset again, giving you a deeper pullback, giving you a nice move up. Now you're in the extremes. The point is, you are still under major resistance. You're at extreme reads on the monthly, and that's why I'm still gonna, finish off this chart by saying it's gonna start with the weekly. You need to get back above the 34. You don't want this to be the spot that just rejects. So watch 83 cents really carefully. You start consolidating above this zone, moving up, then yeah, maybe bulls will reclaim that monthly 9. But until all of that, it's going to start on the weekly, which will bleed into the monthly, and there's no reason to get too bullish on this right at resistance. So that's the more higher time frame view. This kind of keeps it in a perspective of you still need to be cautious. Yes, you've had a nice move up so far. It's been like 106%, but does not mean anything as long as you're under that EMA 34. Visually, this was a deviation, and this is looking like a bearish retest. And that's why that's going to be really crucial to actually get back above, not giving bulls this easy setup. So let's go to a little more lower time frame. I'll look at the 2-day on this one. Cool. 2 days right at resistance. This tells you that, the 2-day could easily move up to that 83 cent region, but even a pullback in this zone wouldn't surprise you. You see, you got back above all major moving averages here. You never retested it. So if you rolled over here, retested that 2-day 9, and then maybe got a chance of breaking out and reclaiming that 83 cents, this would still be bullish. And again, I don't even have to extend the line. I can just do this. And this just plays into the price structure here that's trying to form and maybe giving bulls a breakout. Oh, wow, aggressive bulls just want this to break out right now. I don't see that happening quite yet, just in my opinion. Yeah, 83 cents is major resistance for this chart. There's no reason to front run that with longs right now. If you're not long, you're simply waiting for an either reclaim of the weekly EMA 34, giving you a target to closer to around $2, getting back above $2 will open up $3. That's just shown on the monthly here. But until then, you definitely don't want to be longing resistance. You have a monthly 9 that's been rejecting this entire bear market, because this chart isn't a bear market. The hopium is that maybe into September, you'll get some legs to actually move up, break this wick high, and go up closer to $2. But until then, bears are looking for a rejection around 83 cents. They actually need this just to kind of hold right here. Maybe into September, you'll see this monthly 9 move right around 83 cents, solidifying this being resistance, maybe getting a breakdown. Until then, you should just be watching, and the easy trade will start on the weekly, getting back above the EMA 34. So, you're almost there. There's no reason to front run that now. You're only about 10% away. Kind of insane. This is a very volatile chart. And you can even see here, if it went back for a weekly EMA9 retest, played into our 2-day scenario here, where you just come in, roll over, test that 2-day 9. I didn't realize this, but this still, a current price action would be like 27% down.
Oh yeah, but when you get into the cents, any small candle, it's like a mega percentage.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that. So like that's kind of what's brewing for me. I think like this easily can pull back 27% then. Watch for this. Watch the weekly EMA 34. I'm only wrong on this if you consistently close above the 34 and consolidate above it like this. Then I'll be wrong. This will shed volatility. You're now flipping major resistance into support, maybe giving a volatility reset. But again, this will really take a while. So I mean, this could like do this for a minute, and then maybe into next year you get that move up, which is exactly what bulls don't want to hear, because they really just want this and then this. But volatility is telling you that's probably not going to happen. Weekly's at extremes, 2 weeks on extremes, I believe. Wants to load, yeah, multiple. Wow, and this is actually the only time the 2 weeks been at extremes of this many reads. We have 3, 6, 7, 8 periods. Wow. And you're already under the moving average, telling you, yeah, this is already in reset posturing. This occurred with this major move down. And then lastly, the monthly. So, you really can't be asking for a lot as a bull if you're still under weekly resistance, monthly resistance. Looking good, yes, but it's just no lit cigar until you're back above 83 cents and consistently holding above that. Until then, this very well can afford a pullback, and actually bulls are looking for that to get them potentially more structure on the 2-day and actually some of this volatility to shut off, because even the 2-day was at extremes here. So with all of that, hopefully you're not longing resistance. You have your areas to gauge. And if you do get that 27% pullback, this is not looked at as bearish as long as you're above that 2-day 9, and specifically more higher time frame, that weekly 9. You were held as resistance here. You got a nice green dildo up. So any retest of this should be looked at as just that, a retest. Maybe this will flip into support, and then you'll get another shot at resistance. Interesting
Very
chart.
nice.
Yeah, interesting chart. Trying to squeeze it for all it has.
Literally.
Yeah.
Mr. Farhano, I didn't tell you what was next. I'm sorry. FFAI.
Fair day future, my favorite scam.
There you go. That's a good one. That's a good one. We'll do your favorite scam, and then for you, Alex, ETH.
Oh, nice.
Thank you. Gracias, muchachos. Okay.
Sí.
Estamos viendo IXHL, que es Incanex Healthcare Inc. No tengo ni puta idea que hagan, pero dice que es biotecnología. Suena como a lo que está vendiendo Randy Marsh en South Park, con lo de Tech Gritty, no la de Integrity. Vamos a ver rápidamente los datos. Una vela bastante poco topera. Esta madre llegó a estar en $360. Imagínate haber comprado en $370 y estar en 73 centavos ahorita. ¡Qué horror! ¡Qué vela tan mierda! Esto salió a la venta en marzo del 2022 y claramente fue una gran tomada de pelo para toda la gente que participó en este IPO. ¡Qué duro! Ahora, habíamos encontrado un punto interesante de soporte, resistencia, que es justamente los $2.13. Y voy a poner otra línea meme acá, que fue en los 10 centavos. Esto es una de esas tablas que simplemente es demasiado fácil de entender. Puedes ver que los 84 centavos son una zona demasiado importante, justamente por acá. Y voy a poner esta línea así y ahorita van a ver por qué. Encontraste este bajo, estás haciendo bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, te dio una vela topera, pero esta vela topera no tiene follow through a menos de que cierres por debajo de los 21 centavos. Cualquier cosa que yo te diga ahorita que sea alcista es cancelada cerrando por debajo o tocando por debajo de los 21 centavos. Si ves que esta madre llega debajo de los 21 centavos, bye bye, gracias por todo. Y también puedes ver que esta cosa vive en extremos y el extremo es que siempre está perdiendo el piso. Eso quiere decir cayendo y cayendo más. Es una tendencia a largo plazo bajista, en la mensual es una tendencia bajista, todavía no hay nada que lo esté cambiando. Lo único que ha pasado acá es que estás por encima del promedio del 5, pero has estado por encima del promedio del 5 varias veces antes mensual, así que no tiene nada que presumir. 2 semanas se pone interesante la cosa, porque vamos a ver antes, a ver cuántos fueron, cuántos cierres. 1, no, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, no. Y ya. Lo que más has tenido son 2 cierres por encima del promedio del 9 en la de 2 semanas. Y acá tienes 1, 2, 3, y este podría ser el cuarto. Esto es la primera cosa que nos dice que probablemente estemos viendo una reversa en esa tendencia. Más allá de eso, el promedio del 5 por primera vez, bueno, no por primera vez en realidad, no, está cruzando por encima del 9. Esto le dice que hay un poco de fuerza. También ante la caída habías visto todos estos extremos y ahora estás viendo que la volatilidad está contrayendo. Esto podría ser una corrección, ¿ok? Nos dice un poco de eso. En la semanal, esta es la vista que quieres tener. Y puedes ver mi línea acá, la que había puesto con el promedio del 9 mensual, con tu 34 semanal. ¿Qué es lo que tienes que hacer? Estar por encima de los 85 centavos. Estando por encima de los 85 centavos, vas a poder empezar a consolidar por acá, creando bajos más altos, como lo estás haciendo desde acá. Y eso te va a permitir ir a buscar este 1.40, que es el promedio del 55. La cosa acá va a ser tu primera llamada para ser alcista, esta línea amarilla. ¿Ok? Y esta línea amarilla está en los 86.44. Tu excelente llamada para ser alcista va a ser 1.67. Y ahora de ahí vas a tener que pelearte con los 2.13, pero esa batalla ni siquiera te la pongas en la cabeza todavía, porque no vale la pena. Lo primero que tienes que hacer es no perder el promedio del 5 y el 9 en tu tabla semanal, aguantar por encima de, no llevarte estos mínimos de acá, esto sería bajista, esto quiere decir para abajo, y aguantar, empezar a consolidar por acá. Consolidar, consolidar, consolidar. Esto ayudaría bastante a lo que estás buscando. Voy a poner la de 2 días y voy a poner el HPDR, aunque estoy seguro que no va a poner absolutamente nada correcto. Ya estás en extremos en el HPDR, pero esta cosa le gusta ir al 100%. El 100% se encuentra justamente en el 1.73. 1.73 te empieza a poner ya en un excelente nivel, pero tienes que poder pasar este 97.5% primero y eso está en 77 centavos. De no poder cerrar por encima de 77 centavos, vas a consolidar por acá y tienes que aguantar esta zona y tienes que aguantar estos mínimos si eres alcista. Eres bajista, lo único que quieres es llevarte los 33 centavos, de ahí los 33 centavos y ya, de ahí para abajo. O sea, te llevas los 33 centavos a la baja y olvídate de todo. Por ahora, a los alcistas, queremos empezar a ver consolidación por encima de los 77 centavos. O tal cual donde estás. Pero tienes que empezar a romper estos niveles y poder treparte por encima de esta línea meme que dibujé en los 85 centavos, ponle. Que te lleva por encima del mensual 9, por encima del semanal 34 y esa consolidación te pone ya en otra postura en esta tabla. ¿Va a llegar otra vez al máximo histórico que hicimos? ¿Quién sabe? Pero pues ahí está, IXL. What's next, Mr. Farhano? Oh, FFAI. You love. Yeah. 1 second.
Brain fart. There we go. Bitcoin almost hit 113K.
Nice.
I'd like to get that short. Let's see.
You're almost there. You're almost there.
Almost there. Monthly, start with the monthly because we don't have much data, but what the point I want to bring is that it's very topped out. Monthly is
Wow.
now over the 100% range on the HPDR.
I put my chart back. There you go.
I didn't notice. Monthly is now extremely topped out, sitting at literally 100% on momentum, and volatility is actually sitting at 103%. I've never seen that before, ever. Very likely that this is a pullback zone / consolidation zone. Although there is not much data, so you have to take that with a little grain of salt. Go to the 2-week, we are starting to flip down on momentum on there. Volatility is very close to going into a contraction phase. We're getting a nice shooting star dildo rejection of this 95%. As long as we are below about $3.61, more likely than not, this is going to continue to pull back. And first target's somewhere around that low $2 zone, and then the next target is sitting somewhere around $1.30. But as long as you're holding over $2, that 130 zone is not likely not going to get hit. That $2 zone is that 90 EMA, which has been significant resistance all the way through. Rejected it right here, rejected it, deviated it right here. Ever since we rejected it here, had a massive breakdown. It's been a very, very significant zone. Now that we've reclaimed it, this is likely going to be support until it's proven otherwise. Let's go until the weekly. Weekly is also now shifting to the downside with volatility contracting, telling you it's likely going to be a higher low, and you have the jewel shifting over into a sell signal. Kind of open, yeah, you opened below the 5 EMA, although you didn't close below it on the last one. That's interesting to see. Closed above it, then opened below it, and now you're getting a rejection of it. Likely will bring you down somewhere around that low $2 zone, which is a retest of your 21 EMA. 2 to 5 day. 5 day, basically same exact look as the weekly retest of the 21 EMA. 2 days now. Sorry, is it flipped up? No, it's flipped to the downside. Volatility is also, is it contracting? It's ever so slightly below the moving average. So yeah, it's contracting. 2 weeks, getting a fresh sell signal. Likely going to give you another retest somewhere around this 21 EMA towards the median, which is around $2.20 to $2. Daily is flipped to the downside, getting into the bearish control zone with volatility expansion. The last time we get to hit the bearish control zone or enter the bearish control zone on the daily, we tapped the 21 EMA, 100 EMA. Right now, the 100 is sitting at that same low $2 zone, whereas we're getting a rejection of the bottom 38.2% as well. 4 hours currently flipped to the upside with volatility pretty close to entering into an expansion phase, and the jewel is now starting to lose the sell signal and flip into a neutral signal. You are getting a sell signal in the background, however, with the pink crossing below the yellow, so that is more bearish posturing, whereas you're getting now rejections of the median as well. Very likely at a minimum getting a move down to somewhere around 220. 2 hours. Is somebody hungry?
You can hear my stomach? That's crazy. I am starving because I worked out while we were doing the first part of this. Literally, I'm like sitting here like, fuck, I really need to eat something.
Well, while Alex was doing the last one, I had some arrachera tacos.
Yeah, I saw you. I saw you, sir. Good for you.
Very
Maybe that's what started that for my stomach. So you know what? I'm gonna mute my microphone so you guys don't hear that bullshit. That's fucking hilarious.
On the monthly, we have multiple drives of bullish divergence. It's going to be active as long as we are closing over. I got to zoom in a lot. But I hate charts like this.
Me too. It's even Rivian, he's such a fucking nightmare to just handle.
Let's see if I switch the scale. Is this regular, logarithmic? There we go, a little bit easier to see. All right, this bullish divergence will be active as long as you're closing over about 83 cents. And your next target is going to be the simple moving average, which damn, you're deep in the critical zone. Simple moving average is right now at unlikely $6.41. This number is probably going to update. In 4 days and 3 hours, this number will likely update. The critical zone right now is at about $4.81. Even this number seems a little crazy to me. Month 2 week is currently active in regular bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over. Oh, nice number, $2. And your next target is the critical zone, which right now sits at 331. Weekly has bullish divergence, although it's a little far back, arguably played out. 5-day also has bullish divergence, but same far back. So from April. 3-day currently has some fresh bearish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below about $3.05. The next target is the neutral zone, which right now is at about 153. That's a good amount lower. That would be losing that $2 zone. 2-day also has bearish divergence. You're currently already at the neutral zone. The next level is the bearish control zone with volatility sitting at extreme lows, pretty likely. That's 122. Nothing I'd like more to see this thing dump to 122. Nothing personal. Daily currently has multiple tries of hidden bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing above about $2.15, that same low $2 area. Your next target is the bullish control zone. It's at about 285. Volatility is still contracting with that hidden bullish divergence. Interesting to see that. 4-hour currently has a fresh drive of bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing over about 215. Next target is the edge of the bearish control zone, which is at about 258. And then above there is the neutral zone, which is at about 293. And we'll check momentum. Right. Oh my God. Doesn't this thing just look glorious on a quarterly chart? Absolutely glorious.
Oh,
It looks like there's no buyers on this thing.
no, it looks
Sell
like it's
only.
just melting. Yeah, it looks like it's just melting over time.
Look at the volatility on the quarterly. Hilarious. Monthly.
And it's all just on the dump, nothing else. It
Yeah.
just dumps. Volatility just dumps.
It just IPO'd at 100% volatility.
Yeah, fucking madness.
Monthly is now starting to contract on that volatility, which is not really a bullish sign considering prices moving up while volatility is contracting. You got to zoom in a lot. Price is currently up how much off of this volatility contraction? Let's see. It went up 334% and volatility contracted the entire way. Monthly is currently flipped up as long as you're closing over about 84 cents. But you are so deep in the critical zone, it's crazy. This is heavily in bearish control. This could come all the way up to this area here and still be in the bearish control zone. And who knows how much of a percent move that is on price action. Well, that's very, very far up. This thing could theoretically come all the way up to this 9 EMA at like $25 and still be setting a lower high. Two weeks also currently flipped to the upside with some volatility expansion. It's going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over 122. Currently still right around the edge of the bearish control zone. Some more support for that 120s area to the downside. Closing over that 9 EMA would technically give you a move. No, I won't say it. Never mind. It's too high. Weekly is currently getting some contraction with this move, with this consolidation and pullback. You are currently flipped down, some bullish hopium to see volatility contracting, momentum down, and you're going to be flipped down below 290, and you're currently losing the bullish control zone. 5-day as well as flipped down with volatility contraction, going to be flipped down below 289. 2-day is currently flipped down with some volatility contraction. Volatility is now back to extreme lows, and you're going to be flipped down as long as you're below 273. And it came very close to getting a silver cross, although price started breaking below the 55, and now they're starting to diverge. And you're getting a rejection of getting out of the bearish control zone. Daily, it's also flipped to the downside. Going to be flipped down below 270, rejection of the bullish control zone. 4-hour, however, is starting to flip up with volatility contraction, and you're going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over about $2.19. Let's go down a little bit lower. 2 hours also flipped up, going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 222. Down. Quick recap. That one's down. 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 All right. So down. Basically, that's it. No, I'm just kidding. So, so momentum is now starting to freshly flip to the upside on the monthly and the 2-week for the first time in a long time, and volatility is contracting with these momentum oscillators flipping to the upside, which is not the most bullish thing to see, especially on a chart that literally just goes down. You're seeing momentum finally starting to fully reset on the monthly with a 300-something% move to the upside on the. Basically, every time frame on the medium to higher time frames are now starting to flip up for a mean reversion bounce, whereas the lower ones are now flipping back down and looking like you're going to get another move to retest somewhere around the low $2. And if that doesn't hold, then your next target is somewhere around 130 to 150. I do think somewhere around that $2 area is going to hold based off of the higher time frames getting a mean reversion moves. I think you can probably move to somewhere around like. I'm not comfortable saying any of those higher numbers. I'm just comfortable saying the RSI target of like 330 to 350. Even that's significantly higher than where we are right now. It's like 50% up. And as long as you are trading below that area, likely you're not going to go any higher. If you were to go based off of the EMA targets, that puts you somewhere like $25. I'm just not comfortable saying that number. That's so much higher than where we are right now. Although you could, based off the monthly, get a pretty high, significant move based off of how low you are within the bearish control zone. So there's some conflicting signs. I'm just looking somewhere around 220, then maybe a move into somewhere around like $3, 350. You start to lose 150 on a daily closing basis, though, and this thing's probably going to go to zero. There's nothing more that I would love to see that happen. And the invalidation right now for this thing being bearish as fuck is. Let's zoom out a little bit. Getting back above $156. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck, everyone. Good rock, everyone. Thank you, senor. Much appreciated.
Good rock, everyone.
It ain't gonna happen. I'll be quick so that you can get into it, Alex. There's not much really to add to that. So thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Abajo. Gracias, señores.
Buen trabajo, señor.
Muy abajo.
Muy abajo es correcto. Estamos viendo Faraday AI, Faraday Future Intelligence Electric, sí, cómo no. Pero bueno, habíamos visto que hicimos por acá un mínimo por ahí de los 84 centavos y ahora estamos cotizando en $2.38, haciendo un alto local en 3.63 por ahora, pero pueden ver lo agresiva esta tendencia alcista en la que estamos localmente hablando, en la de 2 días, donde estamos por encima del promedio del 21, el 34, y ahora lo que queremos hacer es retomar el promedio del 9. Lo que sí es, no hemos perdido para nada esta línea alcista y sobre todo esta línea de soporte. Y esto, venir a retestear justamente los 2.19 sería alcista siempre y cuando no te lleves este mínimo por acá en los 2.13. Siempre y cuando estés por ahí, se ve bien. Vamos a la mensual porque esta tabla es una verdadera piña en el culo porque tiene un tope súper alto, pero puedes ver que en la mensual esta es la primera, segunda y esta sería la tercera vela y vas a cerrar este fin de semana por encima de esto. Lo habíamos logrado antes por encima del 9, vamos a ver. Ya me veo. No, o sea, literalmente el promedio del 9 simplemente en caída libre, lo puedes ver, es la línea azul. Ridículo. Pero nunca habías tenido todo esto ocurriendo, donde ves el promedio del 9 literalmente por encima.
y el 5 cruzando por encima del 9. Eso me indica que hay fuerza en esto. Ahora, ¿qué tanto se va a mover? ¿Quién sabe? Pero también por primera vez en la historia estás viendo en la tabla la volatilidad en el punto más bajo de toda la historia, que es 37%. Todo esto extremo fue en el dump y ahora lo tienes acá. Interesante en lo que estás viendo esto, esta posible vela topera. Por ahora, literalmente encontraste fondo justamente acá en abril junto con todo el mercado y parece que estás empezando a empujar a la alza. 2 semanas nos dice que tenemos expansión de volatilidad de este punto y esto lo ha dado en esta subidita, pero ahora está un poco helado, dándonos esta vela roja, pero todavía no cierras la vela. Tienes que esperarte al fin de semana para confirmar si en verdad está perdiendo esa volatilidad o si va a continuar empujando. Todavía cualquier cosa puede pasar. Tienes una vela topera que todavía no es invalidada. Para invalidar esta vela topera tienes que cerrar por encima de los 360. Y acá es donde yo me atrevería a hacer esto. Y te diría, quieres cruzar por encima de esto de los 360. Eso te pondría ya para objetivos bastante chonchos como el 449. Por cierto, de dónde estás con esta, solamente a tu objetivo acá es 50%, al de acá es 86%, es una mamada. Semanal tienes volatilidad contrayendo y estás por encima de todos tus promedios menos el del 5, que lo perdiste con la vela pasada, pero puedes volver a retomarlo. Todavía te falta toda la semana para cerrarlo. El promedio del 9 por fin está por encima del 21. Esto nunca había pasado en la tabla. No, nunca, 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 nunca. Y el promedio del 5 está aquí arriba. Es la primera vez que tienes el promedio más rápido y lento para abajo. Pero ahora, aquí arriba me parece que tienes el promedio del 100 y otro pedo así, ¿no? No, así. El 34 que está en los 12.90. Ajá, cómo no. En los 12.90. Recuerden, yo compré de esta chingadera cuando empezó a subir. No sé por qué, porque lo mencionaste aquí también, Eder. Y pues se veía interesante y pues hay bastantes cosas interesantes que están ocurriendo en esta tabla, pero le tiré un par de cientos de dólares y ya, ¿no? Nada, nada loco, simplemente por lo chistoso y aparte porque pues está poniendo estructura alcista. Puedes ver acá el 34 también, el 21 ya cruzó por encima del 34, el 9 y ahora el 5 está por encima. Bien, ¿qué es lo que necesitas si eres alcista? Poder aguantar esta zona, tal vez los 2.25 y hasta los 2.20 y no perder el mínimo de este low. ¿Dónde está? En los 2.15. ¿Quieres aguantar los 2.15, consolidar por acá y dar continuación a la alza? Si eso llega a ocurrir, vas a poder continuar. Ahora, ¿qué te hace decir que esto se frió? Pierde los $2 y olvídalo. Empiezas ya a tener objetivos mucho más bajos, todo lo que el trabajo que hicieron los EMA se iría a la mierda, perderías el promedio del 100, que está justamente por acá, y eso complicaría demasiado la cosa. En realidad, lo más fácil de hacer es seguir esta línea, y esto podría ser un SFP, y siempre y cuando continúes dándole a la alza, creando bajos más altos, esto debería ser alcista. Y lo primero que tienes que saber es llevarte los $2, este mínimo de acá, que te haría perder varios promedios importantes, es lo que le pone la cadena de muerte a esto, porque hiciste un alto más bajo que el pasado, y te diría que este fue un alto más bajo que el pasado, y continuarías a ser bajos más bajos. Pero todavía no estás haciendo eso. Lo que lo deja en postura alcista simplemente basado en dónde está parado en todos los promedios. Mr. Alex, we're ready for you.
Nice. Let's see how Ethereum is doing, because we finally got that pullback, that very anticipated pullback. Everyone wasn't anticipating apparently, and really it made sense to me. I was really gauging that daily EMA 9 as the spot. Now, 2 days ago, it was sitting right at 4,450. It's moved up. It's now at 4,548, and a big part of this analysis was the HPDR as well. I was noticing the median was sitting right at that $4,400 region that has shifted down. And so there's really no reason at all to be a bear on Ethereum as long as you are above 4,450, in my opinion. You see here that you've even thrown it back to the top side of the 38.2%. Now, depending on where this closes today, if you see this 38.2% shift up or down will be very telling. For me, I want to position tonight on this daily close on Ethereum. I do think that this pullback that to me is looking very engineered, very to the book, is going to lead to a spring that's actually going to take you up to that 5,300 number. I do think 5,300 is the next target. 5,300 is a big spot. And for me, as long as you hold above 4,450, that will be the next objective. The 78.6% is at 5,500. We will see where all these shift into next week, but this just gives you a bias that this very well could go even past 5,300. I just think that's a conservative. I think that's a conservative spot. That's based on, what is it based on? Right here, the 5-day, 61.8%. So, you know, even the 5-day here just looks like it's throwing it back. Nothing to be bearish about. And even on the daily, after making that high, this should just be looked at as a higher low. So that's why I just wanted to start this analysis off by that, showing everyone, yeah, this is really bullish still, and there's really no reason to be too bearish on Ethereum. I know a lot of people now are starting to get bearish on Ethereum with this pullback, but all this pullback really looks like to me is just another bullish retest overall. So watch very carefully. Watch 4,450. As long as you hold the daily EMA 9, there's really no reason to be shorting this at all. You saw the daily 9 hold. Now, once you lost it, it got quickly reclaimed. And at this point, this just acted as a major spot of support until you ended up losing it. You front ran the daily 9 here and even here. And so in these scenarios, that's where I throw on the 5. Because often with very bullish charts, very bullish assets, you can look at the 5 as almost like a range before going to the 9. And so, yeah, we were front running the 9, but you still were holding the 5. And so this just plays into the fact that Ethereum is very bullish. And even in the midst of this move up, the daily 9 was the spot to really be looking once you reclaimed and then got the throwback. This throwback spot was kind of the spot that started this entire rally. Or from that, you went up 30%. So, I mean, on this green dildo up, it was very amazing to see. Ethereum was, you know, moving up nicely. But a pullback down to the daily 9 just makes sense to me. You were getting a lot of chop by that daily 9. You lost it, reclaimed it, lost it, reclaimed it. And so that's why in this region, 4,400 to 4,500 is a bounce zone that needs to be respected as such. Because here, when you reclaimed it, lost it, you reclaimed it, and then this back test is what started this move. So I'm not really an ETH bear, honestly. As long as you're holding above specifically $4,450, I'm going to be an Ethereum bull. This just looks like a throwback. We even had the same scenario here. You made a new high, came down. You tried to defend this region, but unfortunately, it was not able to. Where was this line there? Was not able actually to hold it. Once you lost 4,450, this is kind of what started the move down. So will Ethereum hold? Will it hold this spot? Something it was unable to do here. We should be already having a very bullish bias on ETH, and that's just shown on ETH BTC. We'll go to the weekly here. When you got this weekly candle above 366, we talked about, yes, you aren't above the weekly EMA 100, which is a major spot for ETH BTC, but you are above 366. And as history has shown us, 366 reclaims have often been a major zone where you get major moves up on Ethereum and alts as well, other alts. Let me delete this. You can just see the reaction here. Once you got above 366, yes, you were under the SMA 200, but 366 was your trigger to really start going aggressive with Ethereum, because then you just started to really move up. Once you got back above 366, I'm not looking at this region because you got above, you then went down. You weren't getting that breakaway move that you generally get from a 366 reclaim on ETH BTCs, on ETH BTC. You usually break out. This retest should have been it, and then this candle should have been the one that broke, took you up. This is when resistance takes into play, and then you have to watch really carefully if you're potentially forming some kind of downtrend. here is same thing. You should just have been gauging a throwback of 366, didn't fully get there. And then from that pullback, you simply just went up only. Really, it was just kind of like up only, really. 115% up. And so you're already starting to see that you reclaimed it, threw it back. And so far you've gone up 18%. As long as you're holding above this weekly EMA 100, not really looking for 366 to get tested, rather just want to see this weekly EMA 100 get tested. If it can hold, then yeah, this will give you a move all the way up to that SMA 200, right around 5.5, which is pretty big. Pretty big bounce from here. It's a 40% move. Huh. So this tells me that, is Ethereum rally really over? Should we get bearish? Should we start really scaling shorts on ETH? No, there's really no reason to have that perspective as long as you're holding above this weekly EMA 100. Every time you'd rally up, we talk about the weekly EMA 100, and it just was not able to get reclaimed. Since you lost it in 2023, June of 2023, you've just been under it. So this is where I want to start doing business on Ethereum. This is when I want to pay attention. You've already gotten support, and you've just got a fresh reclaim. So into this week, I want to really watch the EMA 100 very carefully and see if this actually holds. Because if this continues to hold, then there really won't be anything separating ETH BTC from going first to 4.6. Reclaim that. Yeah, you'll get a slingshot move up to the 5.5. Okay, so we're here. Got a nice move up, reclaimed the weekly EMA 100, went up to the SMA 200. So it's not totally outlandish to just like look for, this kind of move up. And this was a 40% move here as well. Reclaimed the EMA 100, held it as support. And then from there, you made a nice move up to the SMA 200, 53% move up. So on this perspective, it's like, yeah, it's not the most craziest thing to see, in my opinion. But then this SMA 200 is where you need to really pay attention. I don't even think we'll reach the meme line. I think the SMA 200 will reject us before. Because, I mean, this whole entire collapse started off this SMA 200. I remember this, actually, on the 5-day. I literally remember this. It's just like lower highs, double top, dump, lower highs, double top, dump. I remember this. So, big zone in this region here. So really, I mean, in summary, you're watching for Ethereum to kind of push up. I don't think that it's going to bottom right where it just made a low today. I actually kind of want to see another swipe down. This daily 9 acts as a trap into tonight, tomorrow. You see an aggressive deep move down to this region. Delete this into here, where this will give you a proper bounce. This was actually resistance, loss of support, broke down. So yes, you very well could bottom off the daily 9. That was the first point of my idea 2 days ago when I talked about a pullback. And so you've hit that. But I want to see, kind of where the daily closes and where it potentially bottoms tonight. Because, well, if you continue to hold above the 38.2%, yeah, this may mean that, yeah, this could just bottom off the daily 9, and then you just simply do start moving up to around 4,800 again. So it's really going to be, the spot for me is 4,450. I'm going to be tonight looking for longs around that region. I want to continue to see that hold as support. And if we do get this swipe down, maybe it closes like this. Tomorrow we get it moved down. I need this to act as like a spring. So all of these shorts here get taken out. Just kind of like what's been happening with Ethereum. Little pullbacks, spring up. Little pullback, spring. So this should play out nicely. This is either bottomed or you're going to go a little lower and bottom around 4,450. I'll be very surprised if we just top here. If it just tops right here and we just start moving down, that'll actually be surprising. So I'll have my metrics though. I'm still bullish. This is very bullish. And yeah, I mean, you really can't complain. Let's look at the bi-monthly real fast on this. Oh, look at that. It's like that too is a good confluence of that $5,300 target. I mean, we've come all this way. Let me just delete all this. At this point, I mean, why wouldn't Ethereum just hit the bi-monthly median? It's the last major spot we rejected. That is sitting at $5,272. Now, when I see something like this where it reclaims the median and, well, you're going to get a target like this, that tells me that, yeah, you're probably not going to reclaim this median on this bi-monthly. Now, we'll see. I will be genuinely surprised, but this is a little funny. You reclaim the median. This will shift, obviously, but you'll get a move all the way like 20,000. Which obviously will take time, but yeah. What would be a 40% from here? Because remember, if ETH BTC is potentially going to go up 40% from the weekly EMA 100 up to the SMA 200, just like what we've seen in the past, 39%. Where could that potentially put spot? Let's just be real simple with it. Take it from current price action, go up 38%. Like that, 6,300. Interesting. So that would mean, like, if ETH BTC is going to do this setup, that would mean that ETH, once it reaches this region, could be pressing 6,000, which is pretty insane to even talk about. As well, I remember when ETH was at 1,500 and it was looking like it was about to collapse to 1,800. And so that's a good example on just how quick things can shift. Things can be so bearish no one wants it to so bullish everyone wants it. I will say I am happy to see Ethereum make a new high this cycle, because it was concerning to me that it was not. And that was like the big thing. Like, bulls are saying it's just lagging and bears are saying this is cooked. I guess it was just lagging though, which is funny. So yeah. Ethereum, this has just been the most funniest coin this cycle. Ethereum truly has been. So in my opinion, today, going into today, watch very carefully 4,450, gauge the daily EMA 9, and understand that, well, this gave you an easy trade. Once you got back above it, you then threw it back. This was the bottom before moving up. So in theory, this zone should be the bottoming spot. This is SR flip before going up. Taking out the all-time high for ETH will give me an objective. Let me draw that straighter. Will give me an objective to 5,300 where that bi-monthly median sits. I do believe that'll give you a major pullback there. Now, if you got a major pullback to 5,300, where would you be looking to maybe go max long on ETH? If, let's say, the median on the bi-monthly rejects us, well, this could very well shift. You could have the 38.2% move up. And really, if you do get a major move down at this point after closing a bi-monthly, yeah, I'll just be looking at this region here. I mean, 3,500, if you really want to be conservative with it. Well, you know, could look like this. Down and then up. Now, would this really surprise anyone? It definitely wouldn't surprise me at all. And I wonder if the 5 would line up around there. Now it's at 31. So yeah, or maybe it won't be this deep. Maybe you just go to 4,000. That could also be an argument for sure. Regardless, that means that the bi-monthlies will open and have a greater chance of giving you a pullback. You either test 4,000, flip these wick highs into support, or you literally come down and test this area. But regardless, I do think that you're going to see 5,300 on Ethereum before a major pullback. So take that however you want. Academy, watch the trading alerts. And this is really looking like a valid long, as long as you're holding above 4,450. So we got the pullback. That was great. We were watching for this. But now I need to see bulls step in sooner rather than later, preferably tomorrow or the next day for that move up to 5,300. And then from there, once you hit that bi-monthly median, it's all up to God at that point. This can either really roll over or it can just keep moving up. I'm on the camp. This will get a deep pullback at that point. You know, because even look at the bi-monthly here, just that major resistance. And then even if it didn't fully reject, a pullback to the bi-monthly 9 would be really logical, considering it's been rejecting since March 2023. And that could mean that you're going to get a 21% pullback from that point, which is actually interesting because it's right around that zone, 3,500.
That's identical to what I have too.
So, like, in summary, I'm watching for Ethereum to move up bullishly from here. I don't think it's topped yet, and I don't think it's wise to be shorting this until you hit the bi-monthly median or that shifts. Until then, 4,450 is the long area. You're gauging the daily 9 to be the bottom zone, and for this to just be a higher low before a higher high break going to 5,300. I do think once you hit 5,300, everyone's going to be talking about 6K, 7K, 8K. I'm even seeing 15K ETH coming. We know how this game works. And, well, I mean, generally speaking, when you get more higher time frame closing bases like this, most assume just instant green dildo parties. But this is crypto, and specifically, this is Ethereum. And so we know how Ethereum likes to act. It can literally do this before going up and making a new high. That's not fun. So in this scenario, if you get a deep pullback, I'm looking to max long ETH here because I just have an easy area to gauge where I'm wrong. You fall back within this channel, I'm wrong, even on a daily. So in theory, this should hold as support. But I don't think that this will happen first. I do think you're going to hit 5,300 and then roll over. And then this will, maybe be a trade into next year. So, and again, Ethereum can be a lot stronger. We see this versus Bitcoin. So something like this can occur. Bitcoin ends up getting a deep pullback versus Ethereum. It's like the opposite now, where Bitcoin was doing massively well, ETH's doing terrible. Bitcoin getting a massive pullback all the way to 100K, and maybe ETH only goes down to like 3,500 at that point. This is ETH's massive pullback. Potentially, I don't know. We'll have to see. But as long as you're above 366 on ETH BTC, no reason to be bearish on it. So that's all I really have on ETH. Today, I'm really looking to go long on Ethereum. And I want to look actually for this zone to get actually tested. It didn't fully. Had this candle came all the way down, I would say, okay, that's pretty much good. But this still trades like an altcoin. So you can get these bounces, close above the 9, and then into tonight, you get the move down, then the spring. All of these longs here are taken out because they're really trying to just use this low as a stop and move up. Because Ethereum's been just like an easy trade, punt along, and you just get all this buffer for risk. So this is the only actionable setup I can really look at. So yeah, watch that carefully and be aware. If you did, let's say, bounce, come down here and then bounced up, it's really going to be key for bulls to take out this high. Again, from this point, there will be no reason why this all-time high won't get taken out, because you just don't want this to turn into a top signal. And then maybe, you do get that deep pullback in sequence with Bitcoin, maybe would be not good. So yeah, that's all I have on ETH. I'm more bullish than bearish on it now, and I'm actually looking to go long with the Academy maybe tonight. 4,450 to 4,500 seems like the spot. And so yeah, I mean, I can't get bearish on ETH as long as we're above 366. It just doesn't allow it. So
excelente, señor. Anything else you boys want to add? We're all done for today, and thank you. I appreciate you.
Nice. Yeah, no, I'm all good. Great day today, boys. Happy Monday, and I'll see you boys on the Discord.
Let's get it.
Coachy Loco says gracias for watching.
Gracias, Cochi Loco. I'll see you later, motherfucker.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego, muchachos.
Take care. Thank you. Vamos a cerrar esto con Ethereum, damas y caballeros, por supuesto. ETH está en un pinche tear, pero pueden ver esto, ¿no? Tuvimos el tope en el 2021. No hicimos nuevo tope hasta el 2025, básicamente hasta apenas. Y ahora, importante, me atrevería acá a poner una línea meme justo acá. Porque aquí, una vez que estés por encima del máximo histórico consolidando, creo que es importante para todos nosotros saber que esto va a ser una catapulta para continuación. Lo que has visto es un megatriángulo que ha pasado todo este tiempo. Y normalmente, ¿cómo mides los movimientos posibles de esto? Podría venir de acá a acá en línea recta, ¿no? Y luego tienes acá el movimiento a la alza con la ruptura de este canal y eso pondría a Ethereum probablemente en los 7,600. Personalmente, yo como lo tomé y lo que estoy viendo es este movimiento de acá hasta acá es el movimiento de la famosa tasa y agarradera. Y eso dice que de acá a la parte alta, ¿no? Y de ahí a donde tengas el breakout, una vez que rompas aquí arriba, podrías venir a la zona de los 8,800. Qué puta locura sería eso. Pero ahora, para eso falta. Por ahora, este movimiento tal cual, el de acá para acá, acá, este movimiento me puso este objetivo. Por eso tengo los 6,500 y abajo los 5,470. Simplemente por eso. Ahora, estos no son reales hasta que sean, ¿ok? No les estoy diciendo que es 100% obligatorio que Ethereum vaya ahí, sobre todo cuando no puede o no está pasando el máximo histórico por acá y consolidando por encima. Nos está jugando, vino, hizo su máximo histórico y ahora está por aquí abajo. Estás viendo una tabla semanal. Los voy a poner en la diaria, porque en la diaria podemos ver que hay una tendencia agresiva alcista desde agosto, desde el principio de agosto hasta ahora. Y continuamos siendo este mínimo, un máximo más alto y probablemente venga a ser un mínimo más alto. Ahora, lo estás haciendo acá y vas a continuar. Yo creo que la zona interesante para un buen pullback de Ethereum serían $4,300, donde estaría tranquilo. Podría también, obviamente, venir acá al promedio del 34 en los 4,100, no llevarse estos mínimos y con eso dar continuación a la alza. Yo no me voy a preocupar. Lo único que diría es, si se llega a llevar estos mínimos de acá en los 4,000, ¿cuánto puta madres les dije que era? Un segundo. Es más, no sé por qué estoy haciendo eso. Low. En los 4,067, acá ya esperaría un pullback más agresivo y lo esperaría más o menos a la zona de breakout. La zona de breakout sería justamente o los 3,500 o los 3,300, ¿no? Que tenga algo así. Y luego bolas, güey, que continúe y vaya a ser altos históricos. Y esto podría pasar en lo que Bitcoin se va al pito, ¿no? Que Bitcoin se vaya a 99 y de ahí a otra vez 80 y tantos o no sé. Y Ethereum nada más caiga a esto y después continúe. Porque, como les he dicho, para mí Ethereum ahora está entrando en ese mercado 2017 donde tal vez Bitcoin se postule primero para ser máximo histórico y Ethereum lo haga 2 semanas, un mes después y después de eso todo se puede ir a la mierda, ¿no? O tal vez nunca baje, como todo el mundo dice ahora que cripto nunca va a bajar nunca más. Igual y eso puede pasar. Pero por ahora soy alcista y estaría buscando entradas. Una, mi promedio del 9. Esta es la más conservadora de todas. 4,486. Recuerda que mi invalidación es debajo de estas velas. En los 4,067. Es 4,064. Entonces, puedes entrar acá. Tu invalidación está bastante lejos, así que ojo con tu apalancamiento. Puedes entrar aquí abajo, digamos que llegue a los 4,300. Tu invalidación ya está más cerca. O que vengas al promedio del 34 en los 4,100 y ahí, bueno, ya te sacaste la lotería, tu invalidación está muy corta y puedes entrar apalancado hasta el culo. Simplemente eso. Ethereum continúa siendo altos más altos, acaba de hacer un breakout a la alza. No hay, ¿cómo se dice? No hay que esconder. O sea, literalmente esto está en postura alcista y no tiene cara de que se vaya a detener pronto. Lo único que podría dar son simples retrocesos para poder agregar y después dar continuación. Y pues ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Tal cual se está moviendo esta cosa. Se ve bastante bien, sobre todo ETH, para continuar las alts. Por más que queramos, y por cierto, les quiero poner esto en putiza. Déjenme les pongo Solana, porque todavía estoy arrepentido de no hacer este long. Solana no está en la misma posición que Ethereum, ¿ok? Y se los digo una vez más. Cuando volteo a ver la dominancia de Bitcoin y estoy viendo esto, Solana no va atrás de ¿cómo se llama? De Ethereum. Y ahora pongo XRP. XRP tampoco va atrás de Ethereum. Lo pueden ver cómo está rangueando. XRP tampoco va atrás de Ethereum. Ethereum y la dominancia de Bitcoin directamente son responsables uno del otro. Y para mí, este rally de Ethereum no va a tener nada que ver con lo que todos conocemos como un rally de alts. Quiero que quede claro eso de mi punto de vista. Ahora, si pasa y todo es, qué chingón, güey, me equivoqué, estaba completamente con el pensamiento equivocado, pero no he visto ningún signo de ello. He visto y estoy, de nuevo, me gusta comprar NFT, soy un pendejo, me gusta desperdiciar mi dinero en ellos, etcétera. Y veo cómo entra cierto hype a cierto punto y ciertos precios suben, pero está, o sea, es esto, comparado con antes que era una mamada así. Entonces, antes de ponerse loco y creer que le vas a poder tirar a Fartcoin, a Blowcoin, a Pussycoin, a todas estas coins, te vengo a decir que ten precaución solamente y no te vuelvas loco. Recuerda, y siempre y cuando lo estés haciendo con lana que estés dispuesto a perder por completo, ¿qué más te da? Ahí tú eres el que decide cuánta lana es la que estás dispuesto a perder. Y ya, ahí lo tienen. Bastante interesante, buenos trades estos últimos días. Agosto ha sido un excelente mes, no nada más para en cuánta lana me he llevado a casa, pero ha sido un excelente mes divertido, con volatilidad, que nos ha dado movimientos y yo creo que va a continuar de aquí a septiembre. Yo creo que septiembre nos va aún más dar una sacudida más grande de volatilidad y estoy emocionado por ello. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Con eso me voy a quedar. Me voy a reventar una juca y como siempre les digo, si algo acá están viéndome y les estoy espantando, les provoco miedo, ansiedad de a cierto punto, no vengan a ver este canal, no se lo recomiendo. Nada en este mundo vale la pena para estar en ese estado, así que no lo hagan. Aquí estamos solamente para divertirnos, para hacer lana juntos y para seguir aprendiendo juntos de todo. Y una vez más, para la gente que vino acá por lo de la estanflación, eso ya es de hace 2 años, Dios. La gente que te está vendiendo esto ahorita es como la gente que lee lo del Fed, ¿no? Un día no, nunca van a cortar tipos. Al día siguiente, güey, van a cortar tipos. 2 horas después, sí van a cortar tipos. 3 horas después, ya no van a cortar tipos. Güey, suenan tranquilos, no vean las noticias, los están dejando para atrás. Ya se los probamos literalmente con nuestros trades el viernes. Es irrelevante si viste la junta del Fed o no para poder hacer un buen trade. Así que no caigan en la ilusión de que eso es la realidad. Es todo. Les mando un abrazote. Cuídense mucho y nos vemos al rato para un Nadie Me Preguntó. ¿Sabían que no existe el mal en la tierra? Bastante raro. Bastante raro.